Welcome back to the Circuito Estoril. This is a venue that always features on the Iberian Supercars itinerary. It's usually at the tail end of the season, and that is exactly the case that we have here. We are once again splitting the grid of the Iberian Supercars between the GTC and TC ranks and the GT4 classifications, which means that we are going to have the GTCs and TCs up first here, and that is going to be a nice opportunity to see the breadth and variety of this portion of the grid up close and personal without the distractions in the GT4 class. We've got titles on the line. We've got drivers in their cars on the grid. Let's go to them first.
So here we are at Estoril for the last round of the Supercars endurance, with the first race taking place in a few moments. This will be the first race of the day with the touring cars and GTC cars grid, and it will be one of the races that will decide the championships today. And in the first place we have Daniel Teixeira, who is arriving now to the grid, and we will try to interview him right away. Daniel, can we make an interview? So the race will start with in the difficult conditions, with so much wind and very cold. The track is very cold. How do you see the start?
Yeah, the track is very cold, damp in some sectors. So for us, we'll be very tough on the first laps. I'm expecting to manage for the first 5 or 6 laps to basically keep the car on the track, and after that, after warm the tires, the rear tires, will attack.
You will have alongside you Rui Mirito in the Porsche. Do you think in the start he will have some advantage because it's rearwards traction?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe the rear cars will be an advantage during the first lap. But as I said, I will try to manage, keep the car on track, and after that we'll increase the pace.
Okay, thank you and best of luck. So alongside. This is Daniel Teixeira, who is in a Hyundai Elantra, and he will be fighting for the honors in the Touring Cars Championship. And alongside him, we have Rui Mirita. Rui Mirita will be fighting for the GTC category. Rui, esta aqui é uma corrida, vai ser uma corrida com alguns desafios, uma vez que a pista está muito fria e segundo parece, também com algumas zonas mais molhadas.
Está bastante molhada ainda e o desafio vai ser mais apertado, sim, sem dúvida que sim. Mas vai para todos, não é?
Consideras que o teu carro nestas condições poderá ter uma vantagem?
Eu penso que o Porsche não é uma vantagem à chuva, mas vamos experimentar. Também começámos à chuva em Portimão. Vamos acabar o campeonato também com pista molhada.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. So Rui was telling us that the track is a bit damp, and he believes that the other cars will have his car doesn't have an advantage in these conditions, but he will try to do his best and try to fight for the win. Let's see, here in the third position we have Loigier of Chef Sport. We'll try to interview him. The race will start in a few moments. Let's see. Ángel, ha sido una buena cualificación para vosotros, pero ahora las condiciones han cambiado un poco. ¿Qué piensas?
Bueno, hay que estar muy alerta porque la pista está muy húmeda esta noche. Sobre todo las primeras vueltas van a ser fundamentales para poder aguantar en el grupo e intentar salvar la ropa y no quedarnos fuera.
Okay, muy bien, y suerte.
Gracias.
So, Alejandro Santos nos ha dicho que Sorry. Alejandra told us that the first laps will be hard for them. They will try to survive, and then they will try to get some good positions, a good result in the end of the race. So we have to leave the grid now. So back to studio.
Okay, so then interesting scenes down there on the grid. A few drivers maybe not confident that this weather is going to suit them. As you can see, it is dry in places. It is certainly damp in others. Daniel Teixeira is our pole sitter for this race. Of course, he's in a front-wheel drive Hyundai. That should suit him well. It's going to be a straight line speed advantage down to the first corner, surely, though, for Rui Morita in his Porsche 991. On road 2, it's Angel Santos and Duarte Camelo. Enrique Oliveira, P5, alongside Stefan Corday, Luca Staccini and David Chiche on row 4 of the grid. Taking us to row 5, João Poça in 9th place, Antonio Almeida in 10th, Alex Wendt in 11th place, and then the number 430, hint, that's a Ferrari 430, Adam Fawcett in 12th place, just ahead of Dave Bennett in the Porsche 991 Cup car from Topwith Motorsports, Vitor Costa alongside him. Then it's the first of the TC cars, Federico Formiga alongside João Faria, 15th and 16th on this grid. Further back, 17th place for Miguel Ferreira, Steve Curtin in 18th position, Emmanuel Gachitgai in 19th alongside Olivier Lopez, Thomas Martins in 21st, Miguel Gaspar in 22nd, William Caveles in 23rd place, and Diego Castro in 24th position. As you can see, the TC cars with the red backgrounds on their numbers are kind of interspersed with some of the bigger cars. Qualifying was rather tricky, a bit affected by weather and circumstance, and that has left us with a very interesting looking grid. So then they roll on the formation lap. As you can see, we have our usual mix of GT cars, all shapes and sizes, some older GT4 machines, some cup cars, some touring cars. You see there a Seat Leon Super Copa, I think for the first time this year. That's, gosh, nearly 20 years old now, but still a very distinct shape in this grid, largely composed of GT machines. It will be a touring car. Daniel Teixeira at the front of the field in his Hyundai Elantra TCR that leads us off the grid. He, of course, is fighting for the... Well, he's already secured, effectively, the TCR class of the Portuguese Championship, the Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade. And since he has been the only consistent TCR entry this year, those titles have been sewn up for a good while. However, it's going to be interesting to see what goes on elsewhere, with Rui Morita leading GTC fairly comfortably as well in the Portuguese Championship standings. I suspect he will have a good run there. We just got to look at the racestreaming.com onboard cameras, of which we have a few dotted around the grid for this weekend in both categories, so that is really good to see. We are going to get some onboard insights from inside the cars this weekend for the finale of the Iberian Supercars. A nice little added flourish to the broadcast. And for those of you who've only really seen Estoril in recent times on the international stage, you might be thinking, where are they going? Yes, we bypass the chicane. The Gancho chicane is bypassed here on this version of the Estoril layout. We take something closer to the traditional Estoril layout through the final sector. That is traditionally done for more and more national events now. They rehomologated that section that the chicane bypasses, I think only a few years ago, but it means that this circuit is a little bit more high speed than it otherwise would be, and that is certainly an edge of seat section because, well, there isn't much runoff to be had through there, and it's quite bumpy as well, so you've got to grab the car by the scruff of its neck and push on. So then, in the GTC class, Rui Morita looking to win both championships. He leads both championships. Let's see what he can do from here. It has been a stellar season for Morita in 2025. The cars are in 2x2 and we are racing. It looks like a good start from Teixeira from pole position. It looks like he's approaching our turn one cameraman faster than anybody else. Oh, except for perhaps the number 2 Porsche, I believe that was. That was a stunning start, albeit I don't think it was entirely voluntary from Duarte Camello, the speedy motorsport Porsche, sliding with what I'm not convinced was intent towards the apex at turn 1. Oh, and Dave Bennett has had a moment. Dave Bennett has had a spin there. Now, I didn't see if he fell or whether he was pushed while I was looking down at my timing screen. However, let's hope that Bennett's car is at least running still. I know that Marcus Fothergill will be very keen to take that car over later on. Now, we keep an eye, of course, on the next steps. We still have green flag conditions out there on the circuit for now, but if Bennett can't get going, then that will not last. Rui Morita, second through the timing split, so he's got himself, as we can see there, ahead of the Hyundai for second place. So Teixeira falling back on the first lap. Last time out in Jerez, as we saw there, one of the top width Ginettas getting very sideways indeed, and I'm not convinced. I did keep it in a straight line just. But a lot going on this first lap, and I was going to say that Teixeira in Jerez last time out made a habit of climbing through the field since he was starting from the back in each of the 2 races. This time he started at the front and he's lost a couple of positions, most out of character. You see there we've got this influx of Ligiers out there on the circuit. Team CDRS in the championship for this weekend. And we've got a nice big entry thanks to really impressive little machines that they are. You see there Teixeira looking threatening on the back of Rui Morita. Morita with that big rear wing on the Cup spec Porsche 991. You might be thinking, well, you've got a Club Sport spec Porsche Cayman, which is just sub GT4 specification in the lead. Then you've got a Cup car, then you've got a TCR. How are these things all balanced together? Well, there is some balancing in play to try and make things even. Certainly between the GTC and the GTX classes, that is the case. Rui Morita's car will be running some ballast. I believe the TCR car, though, would be running to a standard TCR BOP. Of course, a TCR machine dependent on track is around GT4 level anyway, but this is the beauty of this series. 2 very different Porsches being followed by a Hyundai, being followed by a Ligier JS2R. It's not unique. We do have grids throughout Europe where there are exciting mixtures of this nature, but it's one of the highest level grids in Europe where you can find this much variety. And it's all thanks to the GTC class of this series, which Rui Morita has actually already won in the Supercars Iberian classification. car 66 has a puncture, I'm being told. That's the Veloso Motorsport entry of Posse. That is a little bit further down than I would have expected. In fact, it's in the pit lane, so in the pits, stationary with a puncture at the moment, having not started its second lap of the race. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, went to our race leader, Camelo, so he's building an advantage out there. But an interesting battle going on here for 6th and 7th place. That's Enrique Oliveira of Monteros Competicios being pursued by Luca Stacchini as Teixeira looks to the inside at Parabolica Interior, and through he goes into second place. Rui Merita knew he wasn't going to hang it around the outside, particularly where there isn't a full dry line around this circuit. So Teixeira back up to second place, and I suspect for Duarte Camelo, seeing that the Hyundai is through, is going to be a bit of a inhale of breath type moment. Oh gosh, here we go. Enrique Oliveira there, who started his GC racing tenure here last year, if I'm not mistaken, running this very BMW M4 GT4 in the GT4 Winter Series, which kicks off here in less than 2 months' time for 2026. They made their first outing in that car at the start of the year in this series at this venue, so they've got a bit of data to work with, I suspect. And Lucas Tacchini, as they go onto the straight, looking very threatening, but I think the BMW will have a bit more horsepower to play with than the G55 spec Ginetta. What a big look up on the brakes there. That was from Santos, and he is going to fall rather comprehensively out of the top 5 there, yet loses 3 spots as a virtue of that mistake. Stacchini, though, with the inside line beckoning a little bit for Angel Santos. They're playing nice, they're leaving space just about, and Stacchini holds on to that position. So Santos is down to 7th place now. Stacchini elevated to P6, of course, would love to hand the car over in P5 to Gracie Mitchell, if not further up the top 5 than the 5th place position. You hear there some of the turbo chirp from Teixeira in the Hyundai, and I did rather suspect that once he was released, he would be challenging for the lead, and now that he's passed Rui Merita, we're seeing that visualized. He was faster by well over a second and a half than Duarte Camelo on the previous lap, and they're now going to be doing a drag race down to the first corner. We can just about see through the timing tower that the Porsche, though, has the straight line speed advantage. It's a bit more slippery. And Teixeira with the braking advantage, as we can clearly see, moves up to the race lead. Duarte Camelo says, see you later, and flies on by. Or rather, Teixeira flies on by. Duarte Camelo down to second place. Rui Merita in P3 then. Of course, you see Merita in the blue highlight on your timing tower. That's because that car is part of the Cup subclass of the GTX standing. So GTX is an amalgamation of, or rather, sorry, of the GTC classification. There's GTX, which is where you find cars like the Ginetta, like the Ligier, and the older GT4 cars, and then there's Cup, where, well, the Porsche Cups and the Ferrari Challenge cars and that ilk tend to frequent. Now, we've seen some changes here in the latter half of the top 10. Enrique Oliveira has lost positions, and Lucas Stacchini, mission accomplished in getting to the top 5. He's up to 4th position, and now he's having to defend from David Chichet of Team CDRS. So that's the first of the French Ligiers running in P5 ahead of Stéphane Cordet. Great to have this team with us. And as Stachini starts to build a slight advantage over the pack, we're going to head down to the pit lane.
Camilo, que fez um excelente arranque. Pompeu, foi um início de corrida fantástico.
Sim, sem dúvida. Não me surpreende porque sei que o Duarte ia atacar logo desde o início e correu muito bem. Ele fez a curva 1 muito bem, conseguiu passar à frente, está-se a aguentar à frente. Obviamente que não vai ser fácil acabar em primeiro, mas vamos fazer por isso.
De qualquer das formas, o vosso objetivo não será tanto ganhar esta corrida, mas ganhar os pontos necessários para conseguirem conquistar o campeonato.
Sem dúvida. Nosso target é o campeonato, nosso objetivo é o campeonato. Então não é a corrida, obviamente que queremos ganhar a corrida, mas acima de tudo os pontos para amelharmos para o campeonato.
Para além do campeonato da GTX, vocês consideram que ainda é possível vencer a Cup? A Cup não, desculpa, a GTC?
Sim, é possível. Não é fácil, mas é possível e o arranque é promissor. Por isso, estamos na luta e vamos fazê-lo até ao fim. Não deitamos a toalha ao chão. Vamos lutar até ao fim. Se conseguirmos, ótimo. Se não conseguirmos, saímos daqui satisfeitos na mesma.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. So, Pompeu told us that the start from Duarte was not a surprise. He knew that he was going to attack, and they are focused mainly in the championships. The GTX division is something that they can achieve, but the GTC it's a long shot, but they will try anyway. Back to studio.
We just saw a position change there among the Ligiers. Angel Santos moving up to 6th position at the expense of Chiche. So we're seeing, or I think that is actually David Chiche to pronounce it properly, as we saw there Codet getting a little bit sideways and wayward into the first corner. Enrique Oliveira dropping down the field a little bit. He won't be delighted with this, as we kind of alluded to. He's probably got more mileage and more experience in this car at Estoril than anywhere else, given the miles logged at the start of the year at this facility. Maybe Portimao as well, because they did some winter outings in at both circuits in this car, and it doesn't quite seem to be panning out into great fortune in the race. The Ligiers from Team CDRS, who come in as a bit of an unknown to quite a few of these teams in the Iberian Supercars, looking quite threatening. You see by their number boards that they typically run the French FFSA TC Championship, so great to have them making the trip south for us this weekend. There is the McLaren. I believe that's the first of the McLaren Barcelona entries. In fact, for this weekend, the only McLaren Barcelona entry in this race, and that is the number 70 car of Wendt, just breaking through into the 14th position, so outside the top 10. In fact, I think now up to 13th place, but making up some ground all the same. You ride on board with that number 70 car at the moment, the Team SMC Barcelona machine. You can see, of course, as is the case with almost all of these cars, not all of them, I don't think. We do have flappy paddles, the modern and pretty much definitive approach to a GT racing gearbox these days, but of course we've got some older cars there out there on circuits. I think the 997 Cups and perhaps that Leon Super Copa may still be using a sequential setup. I don't think there's going to be any H patterns out here on the track though. We're following the Ligier, and looks like we've got someone slowing there. One of the Porsches slowing down. That was Vitor Costa, I believe, that was starting to slow up, unfortunately. That was the next car ahead of Olivier Lopez, who we're watching through the screen with Alex Wendt that we're on board with right now. Now, which car has the straight line speed advantage? Is it the Ligier Is it the McLaren? It looks like it's the McLaren, albeit not by much, but a slight straight line speed advantage for the heavier but more powerful McLaren 570S GT4. Late on the brakes from Alex Wendt, but a position gained all the same. Nicely done, and oh dear, yeah, that car is going nowhere, and that is Vitor Costa. That has ground to a halt, just heading towards the penultimate corner. And it's not really offline, it's rather in the firing line. If anyone's car was to step out, hitting that right-hand apex just at the back of shot, they may well find the rear of that Porsche. So I wouldn't mind betting that this race is controlled by safety car while that is rectified. At the front of the field, Daniel Teixeira is now running 7.2 seconds clear of Duarte Camelo. To re-emphasize the standings in GTC, Rui Morita leads the points as we go to red flag. Red flag out on the circuit, I'm seeing. Yeah, safety car. So our timing tower not quite right there. Safety car rather than a red. I say that would be quite an extreme course of action, but the safety car is out there. In fact, has already picked up about half the field. It was trying to pick up Teixeira, and actually Teixeira is just there, so it's quite well scrambled. They'll just wave past the McLaren, the Ligier et al. To get to the leader. We see there the Top Width Motorsport car, fourth in the queue. So that is a good sign. The Top Width Motorsport Porsche, to be more specific, because of course they run several Ginettas as well. But that car being driven currently by Dave Bennett. Marcus Fothergill will take that car over. And actually there's an interesting little story with Marcus Fothergill, because his son Lucas is making his European race debut this weekend in one of the historic categories. And he will then, I believe, test the Ferrari 430 that's on the grid today. So that's the ProTech Motorsport car. I understand that he's slated to test that thing on Monday. So Lucas Fothergill starting to pick up the same interest, the same hobby as his dad. Maybe though, as the sons of racers often do, he has eyes on a more professional racing path. Perhaps we'll see the two Fothergill share in the months to come. Right, let's recap the overall top 10 in this race then. At this time, Daniel Teixeira, your race leader. Duarte Camelo in second place, ahead of Rui Morita. Lucas Ticini in fourth. Stefan Codet in fifth. Santos in sixth. Chish in seventh. Enrique Oliveira 8th for Montelos Competicios in that BMW. 9th place is Almeida in one of the Top Width Motorsport Ginettas, and then Caviles in another of the Team CDRS Ligiers, of which there are 3 in the top 10. So they're having quite a significant impact on this race. Great to see the team running so well. You can see the wave around process starting behind safety car. While this is going on, let's go down to the pits.
Hello, Marcus. It wasn't the best start for you with the spin from Dave, but is everything okay with the car?
I think the car's going to be okay. He didn't have a spin. He was hit in the back by the white car. We watched it back on the video. He had a great start, and there's some drivers on the track that just don't have the ability to get around the first corner, which is quite interesting. This is a 50-minute race, and everybody wants to be first by the first corner. It's crazy. I've raced endurance racing for 20 years, and the race starts towards the end. You've got to get around the first 2 corners, right? So Dave's been knocked to the back. He's flying. He's quicker than all the cars in front of him. So he probably would have had a really good race today. But you know, we'll just do what we can. I'm going to get in the car in 4 minutes, and I'll have 30 minutes in the car, and we'll see what we can do.
So this safety car was a good thing for you?
No, because they haven't put the safety car out where they should have done. They haven't picked up the leader, so it just affects half the field of the cars. They've picked up the wrong leader, so we are now a lap down and 14 cars behind it. So had they picked up the leader, we would be fair game, and we would have maybe got some of the disadvantage back. But they picked up the wrong leader, so we are now a lap down.
Okay, sorry to hear that. I hope you have a good race and can make a good recover.
We'll do it. It's not your fault.
Back to studio.
Well, the good news for Marcus Fothergill is that we saw those cars getting released just before he went to interview, which is why he still thought his car was effectively a lap down, but Bennett was among those that has now been released and is now catching the safety car queue. So while his frustration is understandable, thankfully, by the time that the pit window opens, by the time that he gets put into the car, we shouldn't have much of a gap between him or his car and the rest of the field. So Morita came into today's race with just a 5-point advantage in the GTC class over Duarte Camelo and Pompeo Simoes, which creates a really interesting situation because, of course, at the moment, Morita is going to lose 3 points to Camelo and Simoes, who run second on the track, just ahead of them. And we'll have to see how this pans out, of course, over the pit window, whether the order remains the same. The order should theoretically be a little bit scrambled by the handicap system. In favour, if anything, of Ria Morita, because Simoes and Camelo have 10 seconds extra in the pits. The base time for a pit stop here in Iberian Supercars is 2 minutes. They're going to have to serve an additional 10 seconds, whereas Morita also has to serve 10 seconds, as a matter of fact. Apologies, I was misreading my sheet there, but both of them have 2 minutes 10. So actually, the question mark is how many positions each of them drop. Certainly, they'll want 130 seconds on the dot. If they have, say, 133 seconds because the team is a little bit slow in the pits, then that's going to be potentially a championship-altering fiasco. So the teams will be under pressure to get the timing exactly right. Of course, if you release the car too early and it exits the pits too early, then that's a huge handicap. That's going to be a penalty. However, if you're late, well, that's just time you're not getting back. It's a fine art, even in quote-unquote non-competitive pit stops where there isn't an F1-style scramble, or perhaps more accurately, say a NASCAR-style scramble to fit 4 tyres, put some fuel in the car. Still, with the timed pit stops, there is a very particular art to making it all work together in terms of the deltas to make sure you've wasted as little time as possible in the pit lane. The safety car is in this lap. The pit window is going to be slightly postponed. It would be ongoing at the moment. I believe the safety car window will most likely begin next time by, or as soon as everyone has gone past the pit entry on this safety car restart. So then the cars are released and Teixeira resumes the race lead. And look at that for Rui Morita. He's stuck behind one of the Ginetta G40s in the safety car queue, and that has held him up massively. He couldn't overtake before the safety car line, and that means there's been a huge bottleneck behind that little Ginetta, and you can see the effect it's had further back as well. Oliveira has gained some positions. He's caught out Angel Santos there. It looks like all of the drivers that were caught effectively a lap down have just about rejoined the safety car queue as well. So hopefully fair for everybody at this juncture. We've got the Prep Tech car of Adam Fawcett there running wide around Curva. VIP was trying there to, I think, go around one of the Ligiers. In fact, no, that was one of the Ligiers, Cavelesh, getting past him, as a matter of fact, just outside the top 10. Fawcett now down to 11th, and will be under scrutiny from some of the other Cup and GTX cars that form together the GTC classification. Of course, there is a combined standing for the GTC class, but there is also separate standings for Cup and GTX. In the Cup class, Rui Morita is already champion, effectively, unless he registers 2 non-scores today. But it's the GTC class where Camelo and Simoes are right there with Morita. That is the biggest point of interest today on this grid. Of course, there is also the TC class, which we'll get to in a second as the pit stops now begin. We saw there Camelo continued. Teixeira has pitted. Morita continues on his way, but Santos, Oliveira, Almeida, Chiche among those that have all... I think it is Chiche, actually. I'm going to go with Chiche. But those guys have all pitted as we ride on board with the number 70 of Went there briefly, the McLaren 570 SGT4, now pursuing the Porsche there that I think might be a lap down in actuality. I think that's one of the Monteros. In fact, no, that's the Veloso car, isn't it? The number 66 machine, which is running, but is a lap down because there's no position changes going on there. We do have the 70, though, going through. Suddenly a clear road up ahead, and it's because of a technical issue for the Porsche, which has slowed to a crawl. That car's already been in with a puncture in this race, we heard. And well, is that suspension? Because it looks to me like the rear isn't quite tracking properly. It looks like all 4 tires are up, but the suspension doesn't look like it's quite aligned properly now. I also noticed all of the duct tape there on the front of the car, which makes me think that the white car that Marcus Fothergill was referencing may well have been that Porsche, because it came in at the end of the first lap with damage. Oh, and a little bit of a rookie error there from the Lightning McQueen Ginetta, who I think thought the race was potentially under safety car. Now this, if I'm not mistaken, is the 102 car of Farrier. Yes, it is. Meanwhile, into the pits has gone the McLaren, our sometime camera car. So then, into the pits this time has come Rui Morita. He's down there at the moment. Oh, you can see the damage on the back of the Fothergill and Bennett Porsche as it comes out onto the circuit. So the cars are a little bit worse for wear. Of course, rear damage on a Porsche, well, it's not ideal because the engine is back there, but the rear can take a little bit more of a knock than the front, where the radiator is quite easily compromised, as unfortunately Fothergill found out last time in Jerez while fighting what could have been a race lead. We ride with Teixeira then around the circuit at the moment in the number 59 car, the Hyundai Elantra, sweeping through the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, not as the race leader officially, of course, because he's made his stop early. But in terms of the net standings, I think he will most likely come out as the race leader once all is said and done. Of course, being a solo driver, Teixeira's pace remains consistent. There is no time loss with him. It's still Duarte Camelo, though, in that Porsche Cayman that leads the race for Speedy Motorsport. We'll have to keep an eye on where he comes out once he eventually pits in relation to Rui Morita, because that's where the championship battle is being fought between the number 2 Porsche Cayman and the number 69 or number 33, sorry, Porsche 991 Cup car. Oh, and a bit of a lunge there, slightly ambitious lunge, and a spin, unfortunately, for the 133 Ligier. That was Cazuelo, who just took over the Chefo Sports Ligier from Angel Santos, and he'll be disappointed with how his stint has started. So will the team, incidentally, because they've been a fairly strong outfit so far this weekend on the timing sheets, and they'll have just thrown away a lot of positions. He was trying to run wheel to wheel there with Adam Fawcett aboard the Ferrari 430, who's now being hounded by the by the Ginetta of Tom Roche, I believe that is, the 125. Roche, who is always a force to be reckoned with here, of course, has a great racing record internationally and specifically in the United Kingdom. 2 British drivers fighting it out. A lot of British drivers come over here to Iberian Supercars, but few are as brave as to sweep around the outside. That's exactly what Tom Roche just did, but I think it was assisted by that pit lane visit we just saw for Adam Fawcett, who had not yet visited the pit lane, so he's making his mandatory stop. Rui Morita, we see there flying by as well. Morita will be waiting with bated breath to see where Duarte Camelo comes out in regard to, or in reference to himself. Pit window is going to end at 9:47, so I suspect that Duarte Camelo will come in this time by from the race lead. Adam Stachini has come in on this lap, so Luca Stachini, the only driver who was running in the top 5 prior to the safety car, that hadn't pitted aside from our net leader or our current leader Duarte Camelo. Of the front runners, only Camelo now owes us a pit stop. There is the leading car, the number 2. Now it's going to be critical in about 2 minutes' time, because hopefully this Speedy Motorsport car is pitting. Yes, it is. So that's well within the pit window, so they're safe on that front. As we see the Teixeira Hyundai unlap itself now against the Porsche. But the next step, a critical step and a critical question in the story of this race is, where does Camelo come out relative to Rui Morita? That battle for second is the battle for the championship. So we'll rejoin them in about 2 minutes' time to see where that battle unfolds. About 16 minutes and 10 seconds to go is when we need to be watching that pit exit. The Team CDRS cars running line astern. You can see some of the fantastic and classic liveries on these CDRS Ligiers. Adam Fawcett exits the pit lane in the number 430 Ferrari. As we see Speedy Motorsport going to work on the car that's pitted from the lead. Duarte Camelo, of course, will be perhaps reluctantly handing the car over. He looked like he was a little bit in the zone, to be quite honest with you, but it is time for Pompeu Simoes to get his turn as we see Marcus Fothergill get past the Ferrari there. And that was actually a move for 10th place as Fawcett drops back on cold tyres. Based on that interview earlier on, I think Marcus Fothergill is going to have the bit between his teeth here, a little bit frustrated, understandably so, with a couple of the circumstances he was seeing out there on track, and would like to turn something chicken into a chicken salad. Number 9 car to the inside of the Ferrari. The Preptech car just falling through the pack a little bit at the moment. Now, Camelo should be about to exit the pit lane in the Speedy Motorsport car. Teixeira, as the race leader, is going to be crossing the line in a moment, and he should resume the race lead. The big question is where Camelo is going to come out relative to Rui Morita. We really need to see that. There he comes out of the pit lane. Now, where is Rui Morita in reference? I think quite a way behind the Cayman. I think it was a slow pit stop for Rui Morita, because the Speedy Motorsport Cayman has come out in second place. I don't think it was a short stop for Camelo. I think it may have been a long stop for Rui Morita. There's Camelo in second place, although of course it is now Pompeo Simoes who's taken the car over. There you see Enrique Oliveira in third, so he's gained with not having any penalties. Then it's Morita coming through shot, then it's Stachini in fifth place. So we just saw there those 4 or 5 cars. Those are the cars running second. This car is the car running in second. Then it's Oliveira in the white BMW running third. And Morita close behind him in fourth place, with even closer behind him, Gracie Mitchell in fifth position. Almeida in sixth position. It's Teixeira that, rather unsurprisingly, has assumed the race lead in the Hyundai. But in terms of championship, in terms of potentially a fight to the flag, it's these positions behind the TCR car that are going to be of the most interest, especially at the moment with Tom Rush right on the back of Gracie Mitchell. So the question is certainly going to be, how long can Gracie withstand that pressure? It's sideways and wayward there into the first corner. Pompeo Simoes, the Porsche drifting out wide. Now, these Porsche Caymans typically do run with a fairly light rear end. They want to get the rear pivoting around the corners, of course. Of course, I mentioned Enrique Oliveira. It's now Chloe Grant at the wheel of the third place car. So Chloe has taken over the Montelos Competiciones BMW M4 GT4, which is an exciting development. Chloe's always one to watch, so she'll be looking to try and take second place here from Pompeo Simoes, which I don't think Simoes will be delighted about, because Grant hasn't been here all season. She's not really a factor in the championship offering, but all the same, she's got a right to fight, and it's a right she's going to use liberally here as she puts pressure on Simoes. Simoes taking the defensive line there as they head through the sweeper. You can see there just Armco awaits if you have the slightest moment through this corner. It is exciting. It brings the overall lap speed way up, skipping that tight uphill double hairpin that the Gancho chicane is in reality. And while the battles continue here, we're going to go down to the pit lane to catch some insights.
Enrique Oliveira, you showed a great pace in your stint, and now Chloe is in on the fight for the win in GTC and GTX. It has been a good race.
Yeah, it was a busy start. A lot of cars all together with tricky conditions. A lot of contacts with the Ginetta car from Toxworth. It was a great racing, but now we just want to fight for the win.
Yeah, the track is a bit difficult. It was hard to start the race.
Yeah, it was very wet in the beginning. The curves were very tricky to manage. We did a good stint, I think, a good start. Then a few complications with contacts with other cars put us a little bit further, but then we came back from that.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck. Back to studio.
Well, while we've been talking there to Enrique Oliveira, who was driving that BMW on screen in the first stint, We have unfortunately had a painful bulletin through on the live timing. 47, car 47, with a 4-second stop and go penalty for a pit stop infringement. That will mean that the stop was 4 seconds too short, and that means that Chloe Grant is going to have to drive into the pits, wait 4 seconds, and drive out of the pits, which in reality is going to cost them 35 seconds. That's going to knock Chloe Grant's chances of a podium to the floor. And unfortunately, unless there's a safety car, that's going to be the end of Chloe Grant's efforts here for second place to try and finish on the podium, to try and win in the GTX class. It sounded optimistic there from Oliveira. Unfortunately, fate was twisting his hand while he was talking down there. Rui Marita is lurking then, and he is closing in on Chloe Grant, but he actually doesn't need to make a bid on the position necessarily, because Chloe is almost certainly going to be in the pits in the next couple of laps, unless they're really going to make a hard-nosed protest, but that can soon lead to a black flag. You see there Gracie Mitchell in 5th position. That's the first of the Ginettas in P5 at the moment, of course in the car that Stacchini started. And running top 5 will move up to 4th once Chloe Grant pits to make the stop and go penalty. And that will elevate her fellow Tocqueville Ginetta driver Tom Roche into 5th position. Now I did want to try and find a window here to touch on the TC class, where Diogo Castro is the current points leader. But that car didn't start the race, and that means that João Faria in the Lightning McQueen car, as I'll call it, should inherit the championship lead, and quite a significant one at that, as we see Marita with a big late braking move on Chloe Grant. Chloe has not yet made the pit stop to serve the stop and go, so Rui Marita says, you know what, I'll pass you now and worry about your penalties another time. Through goes Rui Marita in the Cup Spec Porsche, and now comes a critical battle. Simoes is still set to outscore Marita. With them running first and second in class, it's 25 points for Simoes, 20 for Marita as it stands. That would leave them tied in the points heading into the final race of the season later on today. But if Marita gets through, that's going to be the championship lead doubled. And that's exactly what he goes for at Parabolica Interior. Gets a great run down that back straight through the kink. And by the time they got to the apex of turn 6, it was through for the 33. Rui Marita with a great move there. Looks like that Porsche is hooked up sweet now. He was a bit concerned that the conditions weren't in his favour, of course, on the grid earlier on. But the conditions have dried throughout the course of this race. The slick tyres will be fully switched on, no longer having temperature drops through some of the damp patches. And that allows the big Porsche 991 Cup car to streak forth into second overall and the lead of the GTC category. Chloe Grant still not pitting. So that's them down to 4th position. And they could be falling a lot further than that if they don't serve the stop. Meanwhile, there's a move on here. Tom Roche has been overtaken by the recovering Gabriel Catoilo, who, of course, had that spin at the very start of his stint, trying to avoid Adam Fawcett. He's now up to 6th position at the expense of Roche, and I think Gracie Mitchell is soon going to be under pressure as well. In fact, already under pressure. Now, in the GTX standings, Angel Santos, who usually drives that car with Alejandro Ribas, who isn't here this weekend, is fairly high up the order, so he'd like to score as many points as possible. And Casuelo, with a move there on Gracie Mitchell, is going to optimise the point score. Six minutes and 15 seconds of this race remain. At the front of the field, we haven't seen much of him recently because all of the excitement has been going on further back, but Daniel Teixeira has been running at the front of the field. His best lap of the race, a 1:41.709. He's 23 seconds clear of the car in second place, that being Rui Morita. Morita, actually, last time by, was a couple of tenths quicker than the Hyundai. But of course, that's all fairly immaterial with the size of the gap between this lead car and the rest of the field. Morita will be coming through Curva VIP now. We're going to have to wait a while if we want to see Morita. We may as well go back a camera or two because that's where he's going to be, 23 seconds back. There is the second place car, Simoes in third. Casuelo, meanwhile, in fourth, is actually going quicker than either of the cars ahead of him. So Casuelo, having gotten past the top with Ginettas, may well be on for a podium before this race ends. Which is certainly a mighty achievement. You see there as well the Supercopa Seat, which is a welcome addition if you're into older touring cars like myself. But yeah, great to see another car on the grid, another different car on the grid. The kind of open nature of the TCX and the TC and the GTX, GTC classes in this race really do open the floodgates, and Art of Speed have taken advantage of that, entering that Seat Leon Supercopa. Meanwhile, Gracie Mitchell will be keeping an eye on the mirrors with Tom Roche bearing down on the boot lid of the 128 Ginetta. Lucas Ticini will be headset on, cheering on Gracie. Try and get a good finish out of this. Currently on course for third in the GTX class and fourth in the GTC classification, as well as fifth overall. So a podium in the subclass, the GTX, and a top 5 in the overall standings hangs in the balance, depending on if Tom Roche can get close enough to make a move. Speaking of getting close enough to make a move, can Casuelo do so in the battle for third overall? I get the feeling the answer is no. He is lapping a couple of tenths quicker than Simoes ahead, but there's a 3-second deficit between them. So it's going to take quite a special last couple of laps from Casuelo to do anything about Simoes. That, of course, would be the GTX win if he can get past the Cayman. But I think for Simoes, he's not going to be thinking about the GTX win. He's going to be thinking about the GTC category as a whole, which combines GTX and the Cup class. The Cup class is where Rui Morita runs. And with Morita in second place, the Cup class is going to fall in favour of the 33 Montelos Porsche in this race. And with it, the lead in the points will go from 5 to 10. And that is certainly a significant factor for Camelo and Simoes. They will more than likely have the title wrapped up in GTX after this race, because Alba Vasquez and Alfonso Colombina are not here today. And they were the closest competition. So I believe Camelo and Simoes will wrap up the GTX title. That's the car we're talking about now with Pompeo Simoes, the number 2 Porsche on screen. So they will wrap up the GTX classification, but it'll be the overall GTC standings, I think, that will be the main concern of Speedy Motorsport. And for that to fall their way, frankly, they're going to need to start beating Rui Morita. And that's the battle we're seeing at the moment. Porsche on Porsche. Morita leading Pompeo Simoes. They're going to go on to the last lap of the race here. The timing screen has declared that it is indeed the last lap, of course, with so little time left on the clock. Daniel Teixeira is not going to get it back around in time to start a new tour of the Circuito Estoril, so he can just focus forward now. You see that smoke? I think that's tyre rub more than anything alarming on that car. But after losing positions at the very top of the race, the rest of the script has been exactly to Teixeira's liking. He has driven away at the front of the field, and he will take the checkered flag for the first time this weekend. You'd love to make it 2 from 2, of course. And given the sheer performance of this Hyundai Elantra TCR, you wouldn't bet against him. Love that almost rally sound there as he lifts off the throttle and the wastegate makes itself known on this turbocharged 2-litre touring car. Teixeira rounding the final corner. Teixeira looking to the finish line where he will see a checkered flag and he will claim yet another win in the Iberian Supercars. A big race for him. Second across the line, just coming around the final turn now. Rui Morita will finish in second. He will score a full haul of points in the GTC classification, and that extends his points lead to 10 going into the finale over the car that finishes directly behind him, Simoes and Camelo, who will wrap up the GTX Supercars Iberia standings. In 4th place, Gabriel Cazuelo. 5th place to Gracie Mitchell, who held off Tom Roche. And then the car in 7th place is actually going to be Marcus Fothergill. So a good recovery for Marcus Fothergill, who now comes out of the final corner and will take 7th overall, as well as 2nd in the Cup subclass for the Porsche Cup and Ferrari Challenge machinery. So a solid effort there from the Tocqueville Porsche driver, who just now makes his way through the first corner, and son Lucas will be watching on and will be hopping into a car in the not too distant future himself in the historics to have a race all of his own for the first time in Europe. In 8th place, Alex Wendt for the SMC Motorsport McLaren Barcelona team. Chloe Grant in 9th position, having served that drive-through penalty or stop-and-go penalty, eventually finishing in 9th. Tocqueville Motorsports Ellsworth finishes in 10th place ahead of Gaviles for Team CDRS. All of the CDRS cars dropped outside the top 10, unfortunately, towards the end of the race. Lacourt finishing in 12th, Suarez finishing in 13th. As we get a look at the standings now, reiterating what I've been saying here, but as you can see, Daniel Teixeira on top. You can see the standings that I've been discussing in front of you there. To bring it down to the bottom of that graphic, Pascal Trio in 14th position, which is the Team CDS car, the number 9 machine for Team CDRS, and then Christian Philippon and Frank Labesca in 16th place ahead of Pedro Raposo, who finished up the race in that ProTech Ferrari. But then we see a critical inclusion. Down in 19th place, Martin Bromau in that 102 car that was being shared with the youngster João Faria, I believe. That is going to be the title for the 102 car, if I'm not mistaken, or at the very least João Faria should have wrapped up the touring cars standings with that one, or sorry, the TC standings with that one. So 22 cars took the start. Not all of them saw the flag in what was a very dramatic race here at the Circuito Estoril. Perhaps not at the front, where Teixeira did Daniel Teixeira things and kind of controlled proceedings, but certainly further back in the field with Morita and Simoes with their position exchanges and some of the battling we saw further back. We weren't short of action in that motor race. And to reiterate the championship situation, Rui Morita will now have a 10-point lead in the GTC class over this car of Camelo and Simoes. And that is a significant swing in the championship standings. You see there some of the trucks and support vehicles in the background. Those relevant GT4 grid, which we'll see out shortly. But let's catch some post-race insights as the celebrations begin in Park Ferme.
São campeões vocês, certo? Okay. Okay. Can we start? So, Duarte, it was a great race from you both, and you are the champion of GTX.
Sim, foi sem dúvida uma corrida incrível, o título era mais que merecido, desde o início a trabalhar, a apresentar resultados do início ao fim. E estamos super felizes, trabalhamos para isto e agora é aproveitar.
É, muito bem. Pompeu Simões. Pompeu, foi uma corrida com alguma tensão. Dado que tiveste o teu mais direto adversário a pressionar-te, como foi a corrida?
Pá, foi uma corrida brilhante, um arranque fantástico do Duarte, pá, que fez um primeiro stint brilhante e depois a mim coube-me levar o carro em primeiro lugar até ao fim, o que não foi fácil, foi pressionado sem dúvida, mas aguentei e depois fui-me embora. Cheguei a um ponto em que já chegava de pressão atrás e então fui-me embora atrás do Mirita, o Mirita a fazer cone para mim e eu fui-me embora.
Muito bem, muitos parabéns. So Pompeu and Duarte are very pleased with this result because they are the champions of the GTX division in both Campeonato de Portugal Velocidade and the Iberian Supercars. They are told, Pompeu was telling me that his stint was hard because he was under pressure, but in the end he got the win. So now let's try to find someone. Rui is here. So, just a moment. Rui is the GTC champion with this Porsche 911. Rui, foi uma corrida, um início razoável e depois tiveste de recuperar.
Sim, a pista lá em cima na curva, na parabólica tinha muita água e o meu carro não é muito anfíbio, não está muito bem com a água.
Mas com estes resultados, selvas definitivamente o título da GTC e da Divisão Cup.
Acho que GTC sim, não é? Agora a Cup e a Cup também. Sim, e havia outra qualquer, não havia para aí pendurada ainda.
Está tudo, já tinhas ganho, o resto já tinhas ganho. Podemos então dizer que foi uma temporada bem sucedida para ti.
Foi uma temporada mais dura, mais intervenientes, todos mais atentos, pronto, todos trabalharam, fizeram todos o trabalho de casa.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e parabéns. So Rui was telling us that the race was a bit hard because the track is a bit damp and his car is not very good in that conditions. But anyway, he was able to recover some places, and now he's the champion of GTC and Cup in both championships, the Iberian Supercars and Campeonato de Portugal Velocidade. We are waiting for the overall winner that is arriving. Is Daniel Teixeira, who is just arriving here. We'll try to speak with him. Daniel Teixeira drives a Hyundai Elantra TCR with that is from the GTC+59 racing team. It was a race that he started from pole but lost the lead in the start, but he recovered back and now he won the race. Daniel, it was a hard beginning, but then you recovered well.
Yes, as I said before the race starts, in the beginning with a very damp track in some sectors, I just managed and keep the car inside the track. And after a few laps, when the tires warm up a little bit, I could improve my pace and we win.
So now the championship is over.
I don't think so. It's one more race, so I believe in the Iberian Supercars in overall for the touring cars still open.
But in the TIMETABLE Cidade, you are the champion.
Probably. I need to check. I don't know. But
okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much and congratulations for your race and for your season. So let's back to studio. We don't have any more interviews here from the paddock.
Highlights then of the first race, and what a start it was for Duarte Camelo from the row 2 of the grid, sliding into an early race lead as this race got started. 50 minutes in the morning sun in slippery conditions, and contact unfortunately at turn number 2 for Dave Bennett in the top with Porsche. Thankfully he would carry on despite that moment along with the Veloso Porsche. It wouldn't take long for Daniel Teixeira to make good on his qualifying pace and slide back to the race lead after a solid start from Duarte Camelo. It was Camelo, of course, who started, not Simoes, in that number 2 car. Hold second place for the majority of the early stages of the race. Some great battling going on further back, including the Team CDRS Ligiers that were back, but we're returning to the series, but the Petro Gold machine making up places after the safety car period, which came out because of a stationary Porsche. There was a spill, unfortunately, for Angel Santos's co-driver just coming back out onto the track, and a spin, unfortunately. Further back in the field, we had Chloe Grant taking over that 47 BMW, and that resulted in a penalty ultimately because the pit stop was judged to be a little bit too short, and with that came a stop-go, which was very costly indeed, dropped them from podium contention to outside the top 10, and this was shortly before the stop was, or the extra stop was served. Chloe Grant was fighting for the GTX class lead, fighting for second overall, when the word came through that a drive-through was in the offing, or a stop and go was in the offing, but Grant was looking to try and find a way past the number 2 all the same before making that stop. That move unfortunately would never come, and in fact Rui Morita would find a way to get past into 3rd position overall here at turn 1 before Grant served the stop and go. Morita moving up to P3, and shortly after he'd assume the GTC class lead and take 2nd overall to slightly extend his championship lead in Iberian Supercars. He would also in this race claim the Portuguese championship, the Campeonato de Portugal Velocidade, going the way of Rui Morita in GTC definitively in this race, but the Iberian Supercars title is still up for grabs. We saw a recovery drive of sorts from that Ligier, from the Petro Gold team, Schaeffler Sport. Team CDRS Ligiers were at play in their own little battle, coming down from France to join us here at Estoril, and great to see that fight unfolding. But there weren't really many fights for Daniel Teixeira. Once he moved into the race lead, all bets were off. His cards were placed on the mat, and they were a flush victory for him. Morita taking 2nd and the Portuguese title with it. He still has to fight the drivers of this car in the Iberian Supercars standings for the GTC classification. We are now, though, going to move forward into the GT4 situation. We're about to go racing. Let's go down to the grid.
Here we are in the starting grid of the GT race of the last round of the Iberian Supercars and TIMETABLE. I'll start right away the interview with Matthew. Matthew, you'll be starting from pole. It's the circuit is a bit damp. Is it good for you?
Yeah, of course. We are exiting for the lead, so the objective is to keep the lead and give a good position in track for Enrique.
So you are leading. You are in the fight for the championship. This race is really important for you.
Yeah, of course. This race is. We need to win. To win the title, we need to win to have good points and be more easier for the next race. The second
Thank
race.
you very much and good luck for the race. Now back to studio. We have to leave the grid.
Okay, short and sharp, but such is the nature of the timings here with the grids, with these races, with such a full situation this weekend down here at the Estoril circuit. We've got a lot of racing to bring you today, and we've got a starting grid to bring you shortly for this race coming up. It is the GT4 classification, so only GT4 cars out there on the circuit, and our pole sitter is going to be Racar Motorsports' Matthew Martins in the Aston Martin. Cesar Machado in the first of many Toyotas, running second on the grid. Row 2, Jose Cautela in the number 23 McLaren alongside Luis Tavares in another Speedy Motorsport entry, that though being a Porsche. Jose Carlos Perez in the other Speedy Motorsport, a Toyota in 5th position, P5 for car 5. Gonzalo de Andres in the 11 car, running 6th in the second the McLaren Barcelona entries. Patrick Cunha in 7th position. That's the Veloso Motorsport 888 car alongside Francisco Abreu for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Catano, Portugal will be keeping an eye on that car. Nuno Afonso starting from 9th place. That's the Gianfranco Motorsport Toyota alongside Ricardo Costa in the NM Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT4. It's an all NM Racing Mercedes row 6. Max Huber and Guillermo Eso. Bruno Perez in 13th position. The Lema Racing 119 car, joined by the 58 Gianfranco Toyota of Miguel Nebesh. In row number 8, it is Nerea Marti in the 81, Vasco Oliveira in the 79. Row 9 of the grid, Sergio Azevedo alongside Luis Calleros, 17th and 18th on the grid. Then it's Hector Hernandez in the 40 AutoWorks Motorsport entry alongside Andreas Samatis, who's a little bit further back than we'd typically expect from the GT Race Marbella by Speedy entry. And then it's the GT4 AMS represented at the back of the field, Ruben Vaquinas and Javier Macias at the rear of this 22 car starting field. So formation lap underway, and once again we have a couple of different standings to ponder here as we get into this race. We've also got a couple of onboards to take a look at, and I like this move from production, from Alpha Live, from racestreaming.com as well, to have put the 36 car on the onboard list, because Guillermo Eso is always one to watch. And he should be an entertaining view for this race. A bit of a lock-up there from one of the Toyotas, the Gianfranco car. Now that's locking up an awful lot for a car that purports to have ABS. So that's interesting. There's a fine line between flat spotting your tyres and heating them up, and I think we may have just found that line and drawn a new line on it as the tyre locked up. Well, we'll keep an eye on that car's progress then. That was one of the Gianfranco Toyotas. That was Afonso, as a matter of fact. Let's briefly touch on the point standings. This is the Portuguese Championship first, where Matthew Martins leads by 8 points over Cesar Mercado. So the top two in the overall GT point standings in the Portuguese series are also our front row of the grid. So that's going to be very interesting. And they are also both fairly close together in the class of GT4 Pro. However, in GT4 Pro, Cesar Mercado in that car that starts on the outside of the front row, the Speedy Motorsport Toyota, is tied on points with Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu. So in the Portuguese standings, things are looking very, very interesting indeed. In the Iberian standings, Mercado leads by 2 over Mora and Abreu, so it's very tight there as well. Matthew Martins leads the Iberian standings in the overall GT class as well, albeit with Mercado only 4 back. So a lot of the title battles here, of which there are many ongoing at once, but a lot of those titles are being fought between the two at the front. Matthew Martins and Cesar Mercado have their eyes firmly on each other. It helps, therefore, that they're next to each other on the grid as we get ready to begin this motor race. 50 minutes of racing begins now. We are underway in the Supercars Iberia, and it looks to me like Matthew Martins has not got the best of starts. No, he's being swallowed up, and it's Cesar Mercado, therefore, that leads the way into the first corner. Tavares to second place in the Speedy Motorsport Porsche. So it's Speedy Motorsport 1-2 across 2 different marks in the first and second places. Oh, we've got a spin for Nerea Marti there, deep in the pack. And somehow, I think everyone avoided them. Ah, goodness me, 3 wide and contact further back. One of the Gianfranco Toyotas struggling as well. But the question is going to be, can Nerea Marti get out of the gravel? Marti, I think, may have been helped into that spin. Was very lucky not to get collected by anyone further back. Yellow flags are out locally. Meanwhile, Matthew Martins has got himself back past Luis Tavares for second position. So Tavares, demoted to third. Safety car is now out on the circuit. So yellow flags around the course. And with that will come a neutralization of the race. No more overtaking, please, ladies and gents. All drivers, calm down. But a dramatic start, and a start that has yielded a different leader than we perhaps expected, and we've got a huge puncture on one of the Gianfranco Toyotas. Well, that rather explains why it was slow. Was that a Gianfranco car, or is that the... Yes, it is. It's the number 16 machine. No, that's the Batina racing car, of course. Sergio Azevedo. Now, given where that car was on the grid, I wonder if maybe this is the other half of the issue that Nerea Marti had, because they were behind each other, row 8 and row 9, in the safety car queue, or at the start of the race in the 2x2 rolling start. They were nose to tail. And obviously we can now see that Nerea Marti's car has been pulled out of the gravel. It looked like the rear wheels there were locked up, but you can see the brake lights were on, so hopefully that car isn't seized up at the rear. If Nerea were to get going right now, she'd just about be on the lead lap, but that doesn't look likely to happen, unfortunately, for Promotion Motorsport. It's a fairly miserable end to the season, or a very miserable start to the last day of the year, as the car now officially goes a lap down. They've had a difficult year at times, for sure. A season that has promised at times and scarcely delivered for Marti and Jose de los Milagros in the Promotion Motorsport BMW, but such is the way of motorsport at times. Number 44 had a puncture as well. I did hear that a Gianfranco Toyota had a puncture, and it was Afonso in the 44 car that also had a puncture on lap 1. So we see there the Bettina Racing team now working away at their punctured, working away at replacing their punctured tyre, which was also on fire, as you can see by the extinguishant on the ground. And I think the brake rotor will therefore need to be looked at, because that will have been what set everything alight. But the fire extinguisher fluids down on the ground, and the team now working away to see if the car is safe to continue. They don't want to send it out there and then find out that the brake is damaged on that corner of the car. But Bettina Racing doing their due diligence, and unfortunately Gianfranco Motorsports Afonso having a problem as well on that first lap. Now, in the Iberian standings, there are a lot of very close title fights. The GT4 bronze classification is tied. Gonzalo de Andres, Alvaro Libera, and Ricardo Costa are all tied together on 97 points between the three of them. Of course, 2 cars split across 3 drivers there. In Pro Bronze, it's much the same as well, with Nuno Afonso and Alexandra Aria having the lead coming into this race in GT4 Pro Bronze. But with that car suffering a puncture on lap 1, Guillermo Eso and Philip Barber, who were also on 95 points, tied for the championship lead. They're now in a strong position to inherit that championship lead, and that is a big headline for them going into the last race of the year, so long as they can keep their car out of trouble. We ride on board there with the 36 machine that we were just discussing, and I'm sure that information will be fed into the cockpit. Hey, this has gone well for us this first lap. Our competition has had a problem. Guillermo Eso will be focusing forward though. His immediate target up ahead of him, of course, is his NM Racing team teammate. That being the Max Hubert-driven NM Racing team Mercedes-AMG GT4. You can see there putting the heat cycle through the tyres as we continue on behind the safety car. So again, race leader Cesar Mercado has several championships to consider here himself. He's leading the GT4 Pro Class of Iberian Supercars by just 2 points at this juncture. We'll talk more about the various championships while we continue the safety car after visiting the pit lane.
So here we are with Francisco Moro, one of the title contenders for the GT4 class. Francisco, was a good start from your teammate, Francisco Abreu.
Yeah, very good start. We just need to finish the race first. It's very important to do what we can do to finish it. We don't have handicap, so we are playing with that. I feel I'm very fast also, and I'm faster than the second drivers of my opponents. So I think it's going to be good. We just need to be very intelligent.
So the race win is important for you to keep your chances alive.
I mean, it's not the winning; it's just staying in front of our main opponents, especially Cesar and Mattia, obviously the 77 and the car number 4. Winning is the best because you create more gap, and that is our main focus.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for the race.
Yeah.
And back to studio.
So then Francisco Mora watching on with interest. Francisco Abreu driving the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal entry that he will take over, currently running 4th overall. No sign that we'll be in this lap, of course. We saw the flatbed out there for the Promotion Motorsport BMW, so that would suggest probably about 5 minutes of recovery, so I'd think at the bare minimum 1 more lap under safety car. Indeed, the machine isn't airborne, much less on the back of the truck yet. It is a lengthy process, and of course, better to be done safe than quickly when it comes to hoisting a, 1500 kilo BMW. That's not something you want to do hastily. The crews here at Estoril, of course, vastly experienced, still a world championship venue. Of course, hasn't hosted Formula One now in the better part of 30 years, but was a long-time host of the Portuguese Grand Prix on 2 wheels and still hosts the World Superbike Championship in the global agenda. The traditional home of Portuguese motorsport, not to mention a facility where the marshals are incredibly well drilled, and we always thank our marshals, of course, for putting in the effort to make sure these events run smoothly, to give up their time so that we can all go racing and share in the mutual joy of motorsport. Right now, it's hypnotic weaving down the main straight, though, behind the safety car. Unfortunately for Gianfranco Motorsport, and indeed Nuno Alfonso Alexandra Arias' challenge for the GT4 Pro Bronze title in Supercars Iberia, they are now under investigation for pit lane speeding, having come into the pits, of course, with that puncture. Now, the problem with a pit lane speeding investigation is that there's usually cardhold data that says one way or the other, you were speeding, you were not. So if the stewards think it's worth investigating, that likely means a penalty comes soon. And that's a fact that will be not lost on anyone down there at Gianfranco Motorsport. Didn't see there whether Nerea Marti's car had been picked up yet. I think it's still on the ground for now, so hopefully the recovery still being efficiently pursued. We've spoken a bit about the Iberian Supercars standings. Of course, the other championship on the line this weekend is the Campeonato Portugal Velocidade. We'll try and cover that in a minute after this interview.
So we are with Henrique Ventura Oliveira, Matthew Martins' teammate. It wasn't the best of starts for Matthew, but he already recovered 1 position. He's in second. Do you think it's possible to go for the lead?
Yeah, for sure. It's a big race. It's 10 minutes into the race, so nothing is determined. Right now, we just need to be in front of the number 4 Toyota, which we are fighting for the championship. Everything is going to be determined after the safety car ends, and we just have to keep focus and try to get a gap in order to finish the race in first.
Okay. You are also fighting with the Toyota from Toyota Gazoo Racing in Portugal, who is in the 4th position right now, so and doesn't have handicap. Do you think that can be a factor in the race?
Yeah, for sure. Right now we just have to keep calm. Matteo will do a really good first stint. I know it. I just have to keep calm and try to, as I said, maintain the pace, and we can fight for the championship. There's still 1 more race to go, so it didn't end the first. So right now we just need to be focused for the second race. That's will we win the championship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for the race, all the races and the championship. Back to studio.
Safety car in this lap, so we are about to go racing once again. Matthew Martins leads the Portuguese Velocidade standings, runs second on the circuit though, with Cesar Mercado, his championship rival across the pro divisions, and the overall GT standings in both championships, leads the race. Cesar Mercado, who leads the GT4 Pro standings in Portugal and in the Iberian Supercars, looking to win this race from the lead. Of course, he will be keeping a beady eye on how much progress Matthew Martins can make behind him as this race fires back into life. Oh, NM Racing Team Warfare, the number 36 car, Guillermo Eso, up the inside of Max Huber there. Oh, one of the Porsches off track there. That was not sure which of the Porsches. I think that might have been the Speedy. No, that would have been Veloso Motorsports Kunha in the Triple Eight, I think, that just had an off-track moment. We ride on board with Guillermo Eso. I think that's the Lemma Racing car intervening in that battle. The 119 car of Bruno Pires as the 36 hustling and bustling there. You can see the wheel work underway. Lots of incidents either being investigated or set to be investigated after the race, including Nerea Marti's spin at turn 3, and also including car 81 and 16 having an incident after the race. That will be investigated after the race, but that happened early on. Now at the front of the field, oh, goodness me, Luis Tavares very wide indeed, and that's going to hand third position to to Francisco Abreu. Indeed, the Toyota up into third position. You see in the back of shot as well the Lemma Racing car going ultra defensive up against Guillermo Eso. Eso trying to go around the outside here. This, of course, is for third place in the GT4 Pro Bronze class, as well as 11th and 10th overall. So they're fighting it out for class podium overall top 10. But we watch Cesar Mercado, who I thought, to be honest, may pull away at the front. No, Matthew Martins is right there. Maybe we shouldn't be surprised that the pole sitter has pace. So Mercado, Martins, Abreu, your top 3 after Tavares had his off-track moment earlier on. Of course, Cesar Mercado had a bit of a driver switch after a co-driver switch going into Jerez, which has slightly changed up the championship standings because Roberto Faria missed out on that race. It will be Enrique Oliveira sharing the car here today, as it was last time out in Jerez. Now, both of these cars at the front have a pit stop penalty to consider. For Martins, handing over to Enrique Oliveira, it's only 3 seconds of additional time on top of the 2 minutes, whereas for the leading car at the moment on screen, Cesar Mercado in the black and yellow Toyota, it's 5 seconds of extra time on top of the 2 minutes. So a slightly longer pit stop expected as Cesar Mercado hands over to Adrian Ferrer. And that could be a defining factor in this race. Certainly, Francisco Abreu and Francisco Mora not having any handicap penalty coming out of the previous race at Jerez is also a factor. That car running third position, a base time of 2 minutes. So if he can stay within 3 to 4 seconds of those two ahead, then he may well inherit the lead, or Francisco Mora may well inherit the lead once the pit stops happen. Now, we had that safety car period, but of course it ended before the pit stop window began. So I think the pit stop window will begin in 2 minutes' time, as is regularly scheduled. Of course, in the GTC and TC race that we just witnessed earlier, the safety car delayed the pit window. That will not be the case this time. So the field is all bunched together, and that means that the penalties attached to the successful drivers from Jerez are going to be a bit more damaging to some people's races, for sure. Especially those in some of the lower classes, the Pro Bronze, the Bronze and AM classes. Those are all going to fall through the field potentially at the expense of cars that they aren't even fighting for championship points with, and that is going to be costly. You see battles all through this 22-car order, as is always the case in Iberian supercars. Very rarely do you have a lonely driver out there on the circuit, apart from sometimes Daniel Teixeira in the TCR. Car 44 with a drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding. So that's not a surprise. We alluded to the fact that Nuno Afonso had been accused of speeding. We've had an incident there involving the 97, and I think that was the 38 Veloso Motorsport entry, but Ricardo Costa is pointing the wrong way, and he was stationary, but now the car is rolling again. I imagine one folded into the other, going for the apex at turn 3, and well, that usually goes only one way, and unfortunately, a contact between the two of them, clearly. We pick up on the battle here between the Veloso Motorsport 888 car of Cunha and Diandres in the McLaren Barcelona entry. Diandres leads the GT4 bronze classification at the moment, aboard his number 11 McLaren. Oh, and the pit stop window has just opened, and quite a few drivers are taking the opportunity, including Matthew Martins. I'm rather surprised that they're taking that opportunity quite so soon. Enrique Oliveira will have the majority then of this race. Matthew Martins pits at the first occasion. So did Francisco Abreu to hand over to Francisco Mora. So Cesar Mercado has been left on his own at the front of the field. We follow here Max Huber in third position overall now, with the number of cars that pitted. You can see there on the timing tower, 9th through 17th on the tower, all in the pits. A lot of drivers electing to make their pit stop at the very first opportunity. In fact, everyone from 8th place back is now in the pit lane. The window opens and more than half the field elected to jump out of the building. Goodness me. The number 4 car, Cesar Mercado, then, is left in clean air. And of course, with the pit stop lasting over 2 minutes for everybody, or 2 minutes or more for everybody, he won't come out in traffic. He'll come out still leading the pack, albeit the pack will now be a lap behind him. So I think for Speedy Motorsport, it potentially makes more sense to extend this now, because he'll still have clean track. He won't get swallowed up by the field. He can just drive his own race at the front of the field, and that's exactly what they're doing. Luis Tavares, meanwhile, comes into the pit lane, so Tavares is going to pit a lap later than the overwhelming majority. But for Cesar Mercado, I think this decision from Speedy Motorsport, makes perfect sense. He's going to have clean track anyway. He's going to have clear track anyway up ahead of him. He can focus on getting quick laps in before handing over to Adrian Ferrer, while the rest of the field waits to be launched back onto the circuit. Mercado continues. Now let's keep an eye on the pit exit here, because there's going to be a lot of shuffling of the deck as they come out of the onto the circuit. Now, is this the very front of the queue? I think not. I think we'll have... there is the very front of the queue, and we have had... Is that a change of position? Is that Francisco Mora ahead of Enrique Oliveira? Yes, it is. Francisco Mora has inherited a position there from the Racar Motorsport Aston Martin that had a slightly longer pit stop. And Oliveira has taken back the race lead. Or not the race lead, sorry, but he's taken back the controls of the Aston Martin, the Racar Motorsport car, from Matthew Martins, but he's got to try and find a way around Francisco Mora. Cesar Mercado, I think, has continued on for another lap, and you know what? Why not? Because he just set the best lap of the race. A 1 minute 40.460. In fact, was that recently? No, it was a few laps ago. But all the same, a very strong pace coming out of that car. It's consistently lapping in the 1 minute 40s right now. So the fastest car on track is our race leader, one of very few cars that is yet to pit. Out onto the circuit, therefore, meanwhile comes the Speedy Motorsport Porsche. Oh, and immediately gets into strife there with Francisco Mora, and Mora is damaged. Francisco Mora has damage. That is a huge twist in the tail of this championship. Is Mora's car okay? With all due respect to the Porsche, the Toyota is the championship contender in that equation. And it's smoking. We need to see that Toyota in the back of shot. It's smoking heavily. It's a puncture. Or is it a radiator? It looked to me like the tyre was going down on the... Yeah, I think it is. There's a lot of body rub at the very least. But either way, Francisco Mora, I suspect, is going to be told to head to the pit lane. And now the tyre goes down. There was heavy bodywork rub. And as we turned in there to the right-hander, it looked pretty clear to me that that tyre's gone down because he cannot make corners when he has to load up the left-hand side of the car. Francisco Mora in immediate contact there with the number 6 Porsche of Agüer Branco. João Agüer Branco, I don't think, well, he cut across Mora a bit, but I don't think it was malicious. Either way, Mora is in strife. Moreover, I believe Mora is now in the pits. Yes, he is. Francisco Mora has made a visit to the pit lane, and that is a huge development in the GT4 Pro Championship battles in both classes. Both the Portuguese Championship and the Iberian Supercars Championship, the two simultaneously decided titles here this weekend. In the GT4 Pro standings, Abreu and Mora having this drama is huge, and it's also going to knock them out of the overall GT classification as well. And you see the driver walking away. They are out of this race. The Speedy Motorsport Porsche has continued on, so Agüer Branco didn't bear the brunt of that, but a huge incident. Huge, huge championship implications with the number 6 colliding with the 26. Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu for Toyota Gazoo Racing Sertão, Portugal are out of this race, and with it they are practically out of all of their championship battles. Cesar Mercado is into the pit lane, as we saw there, and in fact I think just exiting the pit lane while all of that drama was unfolding. There comes Oliveira across the line, and that is going to be the race lead for the 77 car formerly driven by Matthew Martins. Or has Mercado come out ahead? I can't quite tell. Ah, no. Mercado had only just come into the pits, so I'm getting caught out by that. Cesar Mercado is going to be in the pits for another lap. So Enrique Oliveira is second place, the Aston that we see on screen. Behind him, the tussle going on for Porsche glory, Agüer Branco and Hendrik Still. How good to see him on the grid with Veloso Motorsport side by side here. Two very, very competitive drivers. Of course, Hendrik Still, a front runner in Germany, in Europe as a whole in GT4 competition. And he moves up there into what for now is third position. It's also the lead quite comfortably in Pro Bronze. He's several places ahead of anybody else in the Pro Bronze classification. Cesar Mercado will be getting ready to exit the pit lane, I suspect, behind the charging Enrique Oliveira, but we need to widen this shot to see where the Toyota is in reference, because that's going to be the important story. Where is the Toyota? I think it might be ahead, but we didn't see it exit the pit lane. Is Mercado ahead or is he behind? That's the big question. Ahead is the answer. Just ahead is the answer. Cesar Mercado has taken back the race lead, or rather, I should say, Adrian Ferrer has resumed the race lead, having taken the car from Cesar Mercado. Of course, Ferrer hasn't been in that seat all season, so he's not fighting for a championship personally. But now he has the pressure-laden job of trying to hold off Enrique Oliveira. For both drivers, actually. For Adrian Ferrer in the lead, for Enrique Oliveira in the grey and blue Aston Martin. Both of these drivers have the unenviable task of fighting now for their co-drivers' championship. Neither of them have been here all year, which means that only their co-driver can win the titles in the driver standings. And yet, if they make a false move, it's obviously going to punish their co-driver. And it looks to me like Enrique Oliveira, perhaps it's just the tyres being more up to temp, but it looks to me like Enrique Oliveira is the one with a bit between his teeth at the moment. The Aston is typically quite strong here at Estoril. I think we're seeing manifestation of that as they run down the main straight practically together, and around the outside goes Oliveira. If he gets that stopped, it's magnificent. He doesn't quite get it stopped. He drifts out wide. The Speedy Motorsport Toyota will have the inside once again for the next apex. They're side by side. There may have been a little bit of contact there, but Ferrer gets through, and here comes Hendrik Still. Hendrik Still up to second place. He splits the championship battle. He's an interloper in the Veloso Motorsport car, but he's got every right to fight here on a Sunday morning at Estoril. Moves up to second overall at the detest of Enrique Oliveira. And now Hendrik Still says, one down, one to go, as he now hunts down Adrian Ferrer aboard that Porsche GT4 RS, which he's so familiar with, typically running with W&S Motorsport across Germany and Europe, and deciding to come down to Estoril for a bit of a pièce de résistance on top of another strong season. He might well win if he can find a way by Adrian Ferrer. Will Ferrer be championship-minded here? To an extent he will be, but of course if he just folds for Hendrik Still and says, okay mate, through you go, Enrique Oliveira is far too close, he'll follow through as well. So for Adrian Ferrer, he has to defend against Hendrik Still here in order to keep the lead and in order to stay ahead of Enrique Oliveira directly behind. Ferrer is in a dicey predicament here. To reiterate, oh, well, we'll get to that in a minute, because drifting out wide was Adrian Ferrer, and Hendrik Still takes the opportunity. Enrique Oliveira takes the opportunity. Through goes Oliveira for second in the race, and moreover, that will allow Matthew Martins, his co-driver, to extend the advantage in the championship. In the GT overall titles in both the Portuguese standings and in GT4, well, actually, just in the overall GT standings. This is a points extension for Martins. However, in the GT4 Pro class, it is bringing that car back into the fight, because Matthew Martins running third in the standings. And with Mora and Abreu out of the picture effectively, he's now the main challenger to Mercado, the co-driver of Adrian Ferrer in both the pro classification, or in the pro classification in both championships. But in the overall classification that takes all cars from all classes into account, it's furthering the lead. Lots of championships in play. Right on board with the 36 of Guillermo Eso there briefly, as we see the drag race now going on between Ferrer and Oliveira, and Ferrer has a nose ahead, but he's got the outside line, and the Aston remains in second for now. You see some of those battles going on further behind. We rode on board briefly with the 36 car while we watch again as Oliveira continues to apply pressure. He knows, or rather, he's been passed. Sorry, Adrian Ferrer is through. So Ferrer's got him by there at probably turn 3. Oh, contact between the SMC McLaren and the 36 car. That was Philip Varber doing a bit of a braille pass on Libera there. And that's going to move for 6th position. Oh, and here comes retaliation. The SMC McLarens have strength in numbers. There's 2 of them. There's 1 of the NM Racing Mercedes. And I think this might well turn into a bit of a battle between the 2 teammates and the Mercedes. The Mercedes with the inside line. Varber fighting for it every inch of the way. Closes the door there on the outside line. Retains the position. But the 2 Gulf-adorned SMC Barcelona McLarens are there right on the boot lid of the 36. It's a thrilling fight here. This is for 6th position overall. Moreover, it's also for the Pro Bronze lead between Montero in the 23 McLaren and Varber in the Mercedes. So the top 2 cars in this scrap, the lead 2 cars, are also fighting for the Pro Bronze 2nd place, sorry, because of course Hendrick, still our overall leader, is also a Pro Bronze entry. So still leads Pro Bronze, but it's for 2nd in Pro Bronze and 6th overall, this fight that we're watching. And of course, this battle is very interesting, and it's great that we've got that extra onboard perspective. But we also need to keep an eye on what's going on for 2nd overall, because that's the one that determines the championship. It was 3/10 between Ferrer and Oliveira at the most recent timing loop. Here comes the McLaren. Huge dive round the outside line from Montero. That was very slick indeed. Contact between the 2 of them. The 23 car now with the inside line, and that should be a position gain for the SMC McLaren Barcelona outfit. That's very hard fought, I'd suggest. There's the battle for 2nd place, just to catch up on what they're doing, and Ferrer is slightly extending the lead. There's the battle we just saw, and it has been a definitive pass for Montero through an upper position. That is great news for the SMC Barcelona squad. They will be elated with the progress of their car. There is the 36. There is Philip Varber. '36 machine we ride on board with here. Thanks again to racestreaming.com for adding these excellent onboard cameras. You can see the fighting at the wheel on corner exit. Even though these cars have traction control, you're always kind of butting up to the line of traction Typically a fast driver like Philip Varver will have the traction control not all the way off, because it is quicker to have that slight cushion there of the traction control, but it will be turned down a fair lick by a driver of Varver's caliber, because you want some slip in the rear axle. If you know how to control it to a level of precision of a pro driver, it is good to have a little bit of slip in the rear. Obviously helps the car pivot and rotate. We watch then as Varver again appears large in the mirrors of the McLaren, but will not be close enough for a move into turn one, despite the little hint that he might be. Oh, and maybe just slightly caught out the McLaren there, watching in the mirrors, because that was a slightly disjointed entry into the corner. As we see some lapping going on there, that's the Promotion Motorsport BMW from the AM class. That's the second place car in AM, being driven by Smurg, while Bastos Resende leads the AM class. Now, what does that do for the GT4 AM championships? Somewhere on my list of many tables I will find out. Well, not much really, because Vaquinas and Bastos Resende, who lead the class, have been comfortably leading the class for a while. So I think realistically it only solidifies their hold on the AM championship. In the bronze standings, though, Libera and Gonzalo de Andres leading the class in this race, with the 97 car further back after that spin earlier on, is really going to switch things in favour of the McLaren Barcelona SMC number 11 car. So for Libera, as long as he keeps his nose clean and stays in the comfortable GT4 bronze lead that he currently owns, then this is going to go in their favour. In Pro Bronze, again, Guillermo Eso and Philip Varver are on course to slightly build up their lead here with this effort, despite Lorenzo Montero and Hendricks still being ahead of them on track right now in Pro Bronze. This is all in the Iberian standings, I should state, because we've got the Portuguese standings to consider as well. And in the Pro standings, of course, with Mora and Abreu out of the race, Cesar Mercado is currently on course to build himself a nice buffer vicariously through the current driver of this car, the number 4 Toyota, Adrian Ferrer. Ferrer, by holding off Martins, by keeping the car on track where Mora and Abreu have retired, he is helping his team and his teammate, Cesar Mercado, towards a championship here. They can't win the GT4 Pro title or the overall GT standings in this race, but they are taking a big chunk out of the GT4 Pro situation. And indeed, if things finish as they are, it will be just 1 point between these two cars going into the finale in the overall GT classification. Matthew Martins will retain the lead of the championship if they finish second and third overall. He'll retain the championship lead by 1 over Cesar Mercado. So we're on for a grandstand finish in the overall GT classification, which takes the overall race results into account. So that's the GT4 Pro, Pro Bronze, all of those classes. The overall standings everyone can fight for, but it is based on the overall classification in the races. So the pros are typically up there in that standings as well. Of course, if a Pro Bronze has a good day, then it takes points away from the regular front runners. There's the 44 car. This is the BMW from AutoWorks, the number 40 car, Borja Amigos, for GT4 Bronze podium honours. So this is Macedo just ahead of Hermigos. So this is for the bronze class third position at the moment. Just behind them is Prieto in the NM Racing team car. That's the 97, of course, that was looped into a spin earlier on down at turn 3. So you could well end up with a three-way battle there for the bronze class podium. We're into the final half dozen minutes, or we will be into the final half dozen minutes of this race now. And certainly, Adrian Ferrer is having to absorb a lot of pressure from Enrique Oliveira. We get a brief look there at Hendrick, still our race leader, going through the bottom of shot. He's 7.5 seconds clear in the race lead. He's built a wonderful cushion for himself. We've had a change on the previous lap as well among the Speedy Motorsport drivers. So Thomas Guedes has moved up to 4th position at the expense of João Aguirre Branco. Didn't see quite how that happened. Oh, but Branco getting very loose and lively. Right in front there of the charging Montero in the SMC Barcelona McLaren. Lorenzo Montero will be thinking to himself, well, that was alarming. Please don't do it again. Unless you want to give me a position. If you want to go off track and let me through, that's great. But otherwise, please stay clean. He is looking to retain that 2nd place in the Pro Bronze standings, of course, because Philip Varver just behind him, also fighting for the Pro Bronze classification. The 23 car not really a factor in the championship in either standings, but looking for a good result here towards the end of the season. But in both, we're going to go down to the pit lane here in just a few seconds. We'll talk a little bit more about the points after that.
So here we are with César Machado. Ok, vamos falar em português então. Estamos aqui com o César Machado, que é um dos contendores ao título. E estás numa situação melhor do que aquela em que começaste, não é? Arrancaste segundo, estás à frente agora do Mathieu e do Henrique Ventura Oliveira. É uma corrida positiva para ti.
Está a acabar por ser uma corrida positiva, isto ainda não acabou, ainda há muita corrida, cerca de 5 ou 6 minutos para acabar e ainda falta muita coisa a acontecer. Espero que o Adrián consiga terminar à frente do Henrique, ganhamos mais pontos no campeonato face ao Aston Martin do Mathieu e do Henrique. Estamos os dois na luta pelo título, há um Toyota também do Francisco Moura e do Abreu, que também está na luta, mas estava na luta pelo título e acho que ainda continua, mas teve um infortúnio durante a corrida. Mas está a ser uma corrida positiva, estamos à frente, estamos a liderar, vamos ver como é que acaba.
E, o Aston Martin parecia estar a pressionar bastante no início da corrida. Como foi gerir essa situação?
Quando a corrida começou, eu tinha a temperatura dos pneus num bom ponto. Eu consegui, logo na primeira volta, ganhar uma margem para o Mathieu, também fruto das lutas, mas estava mais confortável com o carro. Depois do safety car entrar, não foi assim tão fácil. O carro perdeu um bocadinho de pressão, um bocadinho de temperatura nos pneus, a pressão já estava um bocadinho mais alta também e começou a ser um bocadinho mais difícil. Mesmo assim consegui uma vantagem, consegui alargar um bocadinho a distância para o Mathieu, entreguei o carro ao Adrián em primeiro da Pro e em primeiro da geral e pronto, agora ele está a fazer um bom trabalho até o momento, esperemos que continue e vamos ver como é que acaba.
Ok, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. So César told us that he's in a good situation now, but everything will be decided in the second race. And in the first part of the race, he had some advantage with the tires because he had the tires in a good temperature and could gain the lead. But then Mathieu pressured him a bit, but he could give the car to Adrián in first place. So he's confident for the second race, even though he will start from the middle of the pack. So back to studio.
And we just saw on screen a big move for the race and the championships for that matter, because the second Speedy Motorsport Toyota, Thomas Guedes, has gotten past Enrique Oliveira. And that's, of course, is going to push Martins further down the points classification. in all of the championships, in the Iberian, in the Velocidad standings, in the GT4 Pro, in the overall GT4 classification, in all 4 situations, a second Speedy Motorsport Toyota finding its way around the Racar Aston is an unmitigated disaster. Perhaps that's strong, but certainly it's suboptimal. It means that Martins is going to lose points. Nothing that Oliveira could do. Guedes just had a head of steam. I dare suggest that Aguirre Branco may have released that Speedy Motorsport teammate. Of course, the Porsche in 5th place is also a Speedy Motorsport car, and I do wonder if that was a release with intent situation there, because the Toyota has sprung into life and now moved ahead of the Aston Martin. I somehow doubt, though, that he'll challenge Adrian Ferrer, his fellow Speedy Motorsport Toyota driver, who is rather more in championship contention. That said, the duo of Guedes and Jose Carlos Perez are in the standings considerations too, so perhaps I'm being optimistic with my thought that that's neutral. At the front of the field, as the clock hits 0, Hendrik still is having a very much lonely race, but I don't think he'll complain. He's driven off past the leading cars and made a lead all of his own. 10 seconds plus the gap between himself and Adrian Ferrer in 2nd place. I think he would have written the script very similar to this, so he won't complain. As a Lorenzo Montero there trying to find a way around Aguirre Bronco. He's going to be careful with Philip Vava there behind him for GT4 Pro Bronze 2nd place. But the GT4 Pro Bronze lead, the race win, will go to the GT4 Pro Bronze race leader. Hendrik still has had a fantastic race, and he crosses the line as the race winner. A great victory for Veloso Motorsport's Triple Eight entry. In 2nd place, it will be Adrian Ferrer, bringing himself and his co-driver Cesar Mercado a healthy haul of points in 2nd overall and winning in the pro class. Tomas Guedes will take 3rd position. Enrique Oliveira will take 4th position. Aguirre Branco will take 5th. Of course, it's a full haul of points as the pro winner for Adrian Ferrer, and more importantly for Cesar Mercado as well. Hendrik still with a really impressive drive in that 2nd half of the race. Of course, the drive started, or the car started, in the hands of his co-driver, and so we must also acknowledge the efforts of Patrick Cunha, who was solid at the start and made up some places early on, set the stage for Hendrik still, as we see there a puncture on the 119 Lemma Mercedes right at the end. Came across the line in 10th overall in spite of it, but and 5th in Pro Bronze, but Kastelic came across the line there with 3 wheels on the wagon, which is certainly not ideal, but will cross the line to register a decent finishing result. 18 cars on track at the end of the race, 18 finishers therefore, but Hendrik still the first of them. A brilliant drive from the 888 Veloso Motorsport Porsche entry to win here in Estoril. But the big story, Adrian Ferrer winning the Pro Division, finishing 2nd overall and increasing the chances of championship glory in both the Portuguese and the Iberian standings for Cesar Mercado, his co-driver. Tomas Guedes with a late charge to 3rd overall in the sister Speedy car, demoting Enrique Oliveira to 4th and 3rd in the pro class. João Aguirre Branco taking 5th, Lorenzo Montero in 6th, Philip Vava in 7th, Alvaro Libera in 8th, Hudson Schwartz in 9th position, ahead of Mark Kastelich, rounding out the top 10 despite the puncture in 10th place. Andre Nabesh taking 11th position in the Gianfranco Toyota. Andres Prieto in the 97 Mercedes taking 12th, ahead of Alexandra Aria in the 44 car for Gianfranco Motorsport, and Borja Amigos for AutoWorks Motorsport taking 14th position overall, which is also 4th in the bronze class. Prieto got past both him and the 38 car late in the race. And there you see at the back of the field, well, that classification quickly disappearing. But the next move, of course, will be a move towards the pit lane, a move towards victory lane here at Circuito Estoril. We'll soon hear from our winning drivers, hopefully, although we do have a tight schedule. So I see that the next grid is already pretty much ready to go, although it is a qualifying session. So I don't think we'll be prioritising that over hearing from our Iberian Supercars GT4 winners. But Cesar Mercado will have taken a huge step towards the GT4 Pro win here. In fact, I think he may have done enough to secure the title in his championship with this result. It'll be very close anyway. Either way, the winner is down there. Let's go and say hello.
You can start now, right? Anytime. We have here Adrian Ferrero, who was second in the race. It was a hard fight with the Aston Martin.
Yeah, it was nice, the fight. Turn one, I fuck it up there and they overtake me, but yeah, it was nice, the fight with Aston.
It was a great result for you and of course for your teammate who is leading for fighting for the championship. Did that play in your mind?
Well, it's nice for him because he's fighting for the championship, and this is a really nice result. P2 and Aston P4. So yeah, nice this result.
Okay, thank you very much. Vou tentar agora entrevistar aqui os vencedores da corrida. Temos aqui Patrick. Temos aqui o Patrick Cunha e Hendrik Steele, os vencedores da corrida de hoje, the overall winners. Patrick, it's good to be back.
É bom voltar a ganhar uma corrida geral. O Steele fez stint extraordinário, eu arranquei muito bem. Tentei ficar perto dos lugares da frente para lhe entregar o carro o mais perto possível. E dei uma atravessadela na terceira volta onde perdi 2 lugares, mas fiquei sempre perto deles e ele fez o trabalho dele muito bem.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. So Patrick told us that in this stint he had some moments, but anyway you could stay in the leading pack, and that was important so Hendrik could fight for the win overall. Hendrik, it's a great way to debut in the championship.
Oh, yeah,
pole position for the second race and now a win in the first one.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, amazing. It's such a competitive championship. I mean, I know so many other European championships, but it's super competitive here. I like all the guys here. It was a super teamwork, to be honest. We were working a lot on the setup together. Also, I needed to develop as a driver here on this track. I'm not so familiar with the track, but yeah, what a race. I mean, pole position, now wins the race here. I'm so happy for Veloso Motorsport. So thanks for trusting in me, and I hope I can come back.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. Let's start to speak with José Carlos Pires, who ended the race in 3rd position. José Carlos, can we have an interview now?
Yeah.
So, Tomás, so 3rd place in the race, it's just behind your teammate with whom you are fighting for the championship. Your chances are still alive.
Yes, thank you. They are. We are trying to fight, let's say, for the championship. Right now, we had a 10 seconds stop handicap, so it was not easy to deal with it. But Tomás did also a great stint, and he recovered a lot of time. So on the next race we have only 5 seconds of handicap. Let's say our opponents have more, let's say, handicap than us, and they start behind us, so maybe we can have a chance. Let's see.
And you had to recover some places because of the handicap. Always to fight for the positions.
Yeah, I mean the car was great, so it was great fun. The tires were amazing. He kept them alive for me. So yeah, I could just push the entire race, just go crazy, and yeah, go for the moves.
And when you got in the car, did you expect it to be on the podium?
Honestly, no. But then I saw the pace, and I thought, well, maybe we can be there. And then, yeah, here we are.
So is this the kind of performance that you are expecting for the second race, and try to seal the championship if it's there?
Yeah, of course we're going to go for it. We're not going to give up. And yeah, they better watch out for us.
That's it. I think Tomas said it all. I think we have a chance to make it. It's possible. Now races are races. We are trying to fight for the win. We are going to do it with fair play. So, but let's see.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations, and good luck for the second race. So that's all from the paddock. So let's go back to studio.
By my maths, they've almost clinched the title down there in the Portuguese Championship, but on countback it's not quite done yet. If there was a tie with no points for them and they win for Morat and Abreu later on, then they'd be on a tiebreaker for the final race that would go to Morat and Abreu. So it's not quite defined yet, but they've taken a huge step forward in the Portuguese and in the Iberian standings with this result in the first GT4 Supercars race of the weekend, which started, of course, with Mercado into an early lead. Matthew Martins not getting the start from pole position that he would have liked. Nerea Marti with an early spin that unfortunately took them out of contention at turn 3 of the race, and some contact further back as well. But I should say, I don't think it was a spin necessarily. I think it was contact that took Nerea Marti out, since there was an incident under investigation with that BMW and several other cars. You see there Matthew Martins making up places before the safety car was scrambled, recovering after dropping the ball from pole position. We had tyre carcasses off cars. The 16 and the 44 Toyotas both had punctures after the first lap, and the 16 Bettina car was trying to set itself alight via rotating brake rotor against the tarmac. After the safety car was removed from proceedings, we went back to racing. The NM Racing team drivers were kind of fighting with each other, and the fellow Mercedes entry, the 119 Lemma Racing machine. This was Max Huber having to defend from Guillermo Eso, his own teammate, and some other adversaries as well, while Matthew Martins was looking to make life incredibly hard, if he possibly could, for Cesar Machado. Side-by-side running further back, and a lot of dicing outside the overall top 10 as well. One of the Gianfranco Toyotas there getting into it, and there as well was the car that eventually won the race, of course. The number 888 Veloso entry, Hendrik Still, was waiting in the wings, and boy would he put on a great second half of the race after a solid start to proceedings from his co-driver. The 97 in a spin, and then this contact, critical moment in the race. A bit of ambition, I would say, there from Francisco Mora to look to the inside of João Aguirre Branco, and unfortunately it did not pay off. Damage to the Toyota, a retirement from the race, and a critical error for the Franciscos in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine would lead to a DNF, no points scored. A bad day in the office. Hendrik Still would get past Aguirre Branco for second position, and the Pro Bronze Porsche was not done making headway yet. Next target being the Toyota, as we saw some more fighting further back again. One of the Gianfranco cars getting in amongst it, as we see here the exchanges between Enrique Oliveira and Cesar Machado's co-driver Adrian Ferrer, and while they were fighting, Hendrik Still snuck up and said, "Don't mind if I do," got past Oliveira, and then Hendrik Still sought to get himself past the Ferrer car, the Speedy Motorsport Toyota, which he would do at the second apex of the lap. And he'd be followed through briefly by Enrique Oliveira, who moved up to second place. And of course, that was key for him and Matthew Martins in the championship. But then Oliveira would come under scrutiny from Ferrer. Ferrer would find his way past and move up into second place overall once again. And critically, of course, the pro class lead as well. The SMC Barcelona McLarens were working in tandem up against the Philip Barber-driven number 36 car. And of course, in the case of the 11 McLaren, the number 23 McLaren, this was also a fight for Pro Bronze P2, and a sweeping move around the outside would ultimately decide that in favour of Lorenzo Montero, one of the most impressive overtakes I can remember seeing down there at Parabolica Interior. We scarcely see a sweep around the outside at that corner. Oliveira was coming under scrutiny, though, from the Speedy Motorsport cars behind, while trying to keep up with the Speedy Motorsport car ahead. The Porsche and the Toyota behind the Aston Martin were teammates of the Toyota he was chasing, and that left him in a fairly tricky set of circumstances, it's safe to say. Some more dicing further back in the pack, but the Toyota to the inside line. This was the Speedy Motorsport exchange, as it were. This was the car of Thomas Guedes getting past his Speedy Motorsport teammate in the Porsche, and that would rather open up the floodgates. Aguirre Branco, after being overtaken, made a slight error in front of the SMC Barcelona McLaren, but that Toyota being released by the Porsche would prove to be very beneficial as he closed in on the Aston Martin and eventually found the inside beckoning. I think there may have been a bit of a hip check between the two parties down at turn 2, but by the next apex it was a position change and the Speedy Motorsport drivers would finish 1-2 therefore in the pro class. However, they would be second and third overall because of Hendrik Still's magnificent performance in the pro bronze class. A dominant race from the 888 car and the 888 driver, and that's a win therefore for Hendrik Still and a win for Patrick Kuna. But in the championship standings, the number 4 taking a big leap forward, and that's going to create a compelling run to the championship in GT4 and of course in the GTC+TC classes when we come back later on for more Iberian Supercars action. For now though, qualifying and lunch break, so stay around, we'll be back later with more Iberian Supercars.
Estamos então no Title Showdown aqui no Autódromo Estoril, onde este fim de semana se vai realizar a última etapa do Supercars Endurance e vão ser decididos os títulos do Iberian Supercars e do Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade. E temos aqui alguns dos candidatos e protagonistas do campeonato. Vamos começar aqui pelo Daniel Teixeira, que é um candidato ao Campeonato de Turismos. Está bem classificado no Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade. No entanto, no Iberian Supercars tem que andar um bocadinho a correr.
Sim, é verdade, em termos de nacional as contas estão do nosso lado, em termos de campeonato ibérico, devido à desistência em Jerez e também ao problema mecânico na primeira prova no Algarve, estamos neste momento a correr atrás do prejuízo, não dependemos só de nós para vencer, mas para já fizemos a nossa parte, foi garantir as 2 pole positions à geral, portanto vamos sair de primeiro e tentar fazer a nossa parte e esperar o resultado dos adversários.
E ao longo da temporada tiveste alguns momentos fabulosos, como por exemplo em Vila Real, e também tiveste alguns outros momentos em que a frustração foi evidente, não é? Como ainda agora falaste do caso em Jerez, por exemplo. O que é que destacas da temporada?
Obviamente, Vila Real é um ponto alto, porque correr numa grelha do Mundial é sempre marcante, apesar de ter consciência que, mesmo à partida, que não teríamos, nem eu teria o ritmo para ombrear com esse tipo de pilotos, nem tem estrutura também para ombrear com essas equipas. No entanto, foi bom, conseguimos ser competitivos em alguns momentos, nada que já não estivesse à espera, ou seja, de estarmos atrás, e foi isso que aconteceu, mas no entanto foi uma boa experiência. E também a corrida de Jerez, a primeira sobretudo, em que arrancamos de último, conseguimos vencer a geral, e quando se arranca de último e se vence, a corrida é sempre boa.
Okay. E alguma estratégia especial para amanhã?
É vencer.
É a única estratégia, então?
Sim, é como em tudo, portanto eu vou tentar, como disse, fazer a minha parte e esperar que o carro desta vez aguente.
Ok, muito bem. Muito obrigado, Daniel, e boa sorte. Vamos então aqui passar para... Já agora deixas-me aqui o microfone, que vai ser preciso. Aqui o Duarte, Camilo e o Pompeu Simões, que estão na luta pela GTX e também tem algumas possibilidades na GTC. É uma estreia, é uma estreia, digamos que é a primeira temporada completa que fazem aqui no Iberian Supercars. Como é que tem sido a vossa temporada? Podem descrever um bocadinho como foi?
Sim, tem sido uma adaptação bastante boa, o carro também tem ajudado, acho que estamos a evoluir bastante e estamos a fazer a nossa parte e os resultados estão a aparecer.
E vamos passar agora a Pompeu. Pompeu, a competitividade da divisão GTX, uma divisão que tem uma mescla de carros, sobretudo com base em carros de GT4 com homologação perdida, mas que acaba por dar corridas bastante interessantes.
Sim, sem dúvida. A competitividade tem aumentado, principalmente nestas três últimas corridas, e o que torna cada vez mais a GTX interessante e dá um sabor especial às vitórias, não é? que temos alcançado.
E o vosso foco amanhã vai ser na divisão GTX, onde vocês lideram e têm algum conforto, ou vão tentar baterem-se com o Mirita e vencer a GTC?
Claro que o campeonato é o nosso objetivo principal. Tudo o que for acima disso é bem-vindo. Sabemos que não é fácil, mas obviamente vamos lutar por isso. Não é?
Okay. Então, vamos passar agora aqui ao Duarte, então. Duarte, para amanhã, qual é o mote?
É esperar que não haja muitos incidentes nas primeiras duas curvas e ir fazendo a nossa corrida e dar o nosso melhor.
E achas que o Porsche Cayman aqui é um carro que tem potencial neste circuito? Hoje os VG estiveram muito fortes. O que é que achas para amanhã?
Sim, acho que o nosso carro é um carro que a pista ajuda bastante e acho que sim, temos tudo para conseguir ganhar.
Ok, muito bem, muito obrigado. Vamos passar para a GT4 Bronze então, com o Ricardo Costa, que lidera os campeonatos no Campeonato de Velocidade do GT4 Bronze e também no Iberian Supercars. Ricardo, tem sido um ano muito bem sucedido e com lutas bastante fortes também com os McLaren da SMC Motorsport.
Sim, tem sido surpreendente o nível competitivo. Temos melhorado bastante, para mim é um carro novo, mas com algumas características próprias, mas acho que estamos a evoluir bastante bem e o facto de estarmos à frente nos dois campeonatos, nos dois troféus, é ótimo. Tendo já obtido o título de Espanha, portanto, será um fim de semana onde muita coisa será fechada. Está tudo ainda em aberto, embora vamos com alguma vantagem competitiva.
Okay. Tu este ano tiveste diversos colegas de equipa, agora está um bocadinho mais fixo nesta segunda metade da temporada, mas qual foi o grande desafio que tiveste ao longo desta temporada?
Acho que o grande desafio, logo à partida, foi não ter um colega de equipa fixo. Portanto, não sabia muito bem onde é que me iria posicionar em termos de nível. A partir do momento que encontramos, pronto, acho que as coisas evoluíram. Embora para o meu colega de equipa, que é algo novo, nunca tinha conduzido GTs, faz um esforço também para vir do outro lado do oceano, mas pronto, acho que tudo está a correr muito bem e o nível está a aumentar. E este fim de semana provou que realmente estamos bastante competitivos, ele fez uma boa qualificação, a minha não correu tão bem, pronto, podíamos ter ainda recuperado ali 4 ou 5 décimas, porque com o McLaren pronto, acabou por me travar nessa volta, mas pronto, ainda assim conseguimos obter um bom resultado.
Para amanhã, quais são as expectativas?
As expectativas estão altas, sabemos que temos nível, que temos andamento para poder estar na frente, sabemos que os McLaren estão fortes, mas também sabemos que em termos médios somos uma boa dupla. Portanto, o Andrés Prieto com um nível muito bom, eu também com um nível bastante bom a nível de bronze, penso eu. E acho que tudo vai correr da melhor forma, mas temos que aguardar, mas sempre com os pés assentes de que as contas só estão feitas no final da segunda corrida.
Ok, muito bem. Muito obrigado, Ricardo, e boa sorte para amanhã.
Obrigado.
Então temos aqui alguns candidatos ao título da GT4 para o bronze. Do lado esquerdo temos o Marco Castellic e o Bruno Pires, que estão ao volante do Mercedes AMG GT4 da Lema Racing. Mark, it's your first year in the series, and you took it very well with class wins, and you are fighting for the championship. How do you look for your season?
I mean, it's going pretty good so far. I mean, it went a little downhill after the first race, but you know, we keep fighting. Me and Bruno caught on pretty well. I mean, it got better and better through every race, and yeah, here we are fighting. Got pretty unlucky in quali, but you know, the game is still on, so everything to play for still.
Okay. Bruno? Pode ser em português. Bruno, o ano passado tiveste um ano mais complicado, este ano estás aqui a lutar pelo título, isso digamos que uma justificação de que realmente és um piloto aqui de ponta, um bronze de ponta?
Assim, claro, como tudo, precisa de adaptação. O campeonato é extremamente exigente, como toda a gente sabe e tem visto, e pronto, estes carros também vinha de um carro completamente diferente e precisei de algum tempo para me adaptar. Penso que agora as coisas já estão no bom caminho e acredito que há todas as condições, claro, com as dificuldades que a gente sabe, para podermos ser campeões.
Ok. E qual será a vossa estratégia para chegarem ao título? Vocês têm 2 pontos de atraso para os líderes no Iberian Supercars, o que é uma diferença que é perfeitamente recuperável, mas de qualquer das formas os vossos adversários também estão muito fortes.
Sim, efetivamente, e agora na qualificação viu-se claramente esse aspecto em relação a nós. Agora, pronto, as contas só são feitas no fim, o primeiro objetivo para se ganhar é preciso chegar ao fim. E, portanto, tentar que a corrida corra, digamos, com menos incidentes possíveis e depois logo se vê a situação como é que vai correr. Não é?
No entanto, tu, no teu caso, tu estás no Campeonato de Portugal de Velocidade, estás numa situação mais confortável.
Pois, só que o nível como está e a dificuldade que é, esse conforto não existe. Vai ter que ser sempre faca nos dentes.
Ok, é esse o mote então. Okay. Muito obrigado. Vamos passar então aqui ao Filipe Vavá e ao Guilherme Azo, que estão na NM Racing Team também com o Mercedes AMG GT4. Philip, you have been one of the fastest guys here in the series, always on the top 5 or so. How it was your season for this?
Overall, I'm very, very happy with the season. It's been difficult and tricky, as motorsport always typically is. We've had our ups and downs and challenges. Some races have been gone better than others, but overall, I think we're very happy with where we've ended up so far this season, winning obviously the Spanish Supercars Championship in Jerez, and now we're in the perfect and great position, but difficult position to also win the Iberian Supercars. And overall, yeah, it's been an improvement over from last year. And yeah, I think we both, Guillermo and I, shown great steps forward and hopefully secure a second title.
Okay. Guillermo, para mañana, ¿cómo va a ser? Vosotros están con los mismos puntos que Nuno Afonso y Alex Araya.
Sí, exacto. Estamos empatados en el primer puesto del campeonato y bueno, tenemos muy cerca a los siguientes y muy cerca a los siguientes. Me parece que estamos 4 o 5 equipos en menos de 10 puntos, así que se decidirá todo mañana en las 2 carreras.
Entonces va a ser una carrera, 2 carreras en que tienes que jugar en estrategia también.
Bueno, la estrategia es que hay que puntuar delante porque el que puntúe detrás lo tiene muy complicado, pero sí que es cierto que bueno, hay 2 carreras. La segunda carrera está muy cerca de la primera, por tanto no debe haber ningún golpe grave porque prácticamente habrá una hora entre las 2 carreras y quitando ese pequeño punto importante, pues hay que tratar de quedar y puntuar delante de los competidores, eso está claro.
Okay. Muy bien, muchas gracias y suerte para mañana.
Gracias.
Alex Areia, que está no primeiro lugar com os mesmos pontos do Guilherme Azo e do Filipe Vava. Estás com o Toyota da Jean-Frank Motorsport. Tem sido um ano, é a tua estreia no campeonato e tem sido um ano bastante bem sucedido.
Sim, sem dúvida. Tem sido um ano de muita aprendizagem. É a nossa primeira vez a guiar um GT4. É a primeira vez da Gianfranco também a ter um GT4, ou seja, tanto para os pilotos, para mim, para o Nuno, como para a Gianfranco, está a ser um ano de muita evolução e de muita aprendizagem, mas posso dizer que tem sido um ano muito positivo. Lá está, chegamos agora à última prova empatados na liderança e vamos dar o máximo para nos sagrarmos campeões aqui e vamos lutar muito.
Vocês hoje tiveram uma boa qualificação, duas boas qualificações, uma melhor que a outra, evidentemente, mas ambas positivas. Isso é um reflexo da competitividade do carro e a vossa competitividade aqui no Autódromo do Estoril e poderá ser uma fonte de motivação para amanhã?
Sim, sem dúvida. O Autódromo do Estoril é um autódromo que nós conhecemos muito bem, tanto eu como o Nuno gostamos muito de guiar aqui, costumamos ser os dois muito rápidos. Como tu disseste bem, a qualificação correu bem. Acho que acima de tudo, nem tanto a volta rápida, mas sermos constantes ao longo da corrida vai ser muito importante. Acho que conseguimos um equilíbrio no carro que nos permite isso e estamos ansiosos para ir às corridas.
Ok, muito bem. Muito obrigado. Vamos passar aqui então ao José Cautela e o Lourenço Monteiro, que são uma espécie de dark horse aqui, não é? Porque de repente o McLaren começou a mostrar uma competitividade fantástica, depois de muito trabalho da vossa parte e da equipa. Como é chegar aqui, depois de tantos problemas ou tantas contrariedades no início da primeira parte da temporada, como é chegar aqui ao Autódromo do Estoril ainda com possibilidades de ganhar o título?
Sem dúvida, neste momento estamos com a máxima motivação para conseguir ganhar o campeonato ainda. Com a pole position de hoje arrecadamos mais um ponto, menos um ponto na luta. Agora amanhã, que é o mais importante, sermos constantes, conseguimos ganhar as duas corridas seria fantástico. Se dependemos de nós para sermos campeões, por isso o objetivo passará sempre ganhar as duas corridas. Hoje correu bastante bem, não escondo que queria muito a pole à geral, mas é o que é, estamos em P3 de andar para a corrida amanhã na geral e tentar fazer o melhor possível e arrecadar a vitória também.
Lourenço, o teu colega já disse que o objetivo é ganhar a geral e pelo menos ganhar a divisão e tentar ganhar o campeonato. De que forma é que vocês conseguem colocar isso em prática?
É assim, nós as últimas duas corridas temos de facto estado muito rápidos e confiantes com o carro. E acho que esse pace e esta vontade que nós temos com o carro vai se traduzir em resultados e sim, acredito que amanhã temos tudo para fazer uma boa prestação nas corridas, portanto sim, é por aí.
Ok, e diz-me uma coisa, o McLaren já mostrou que está a ser muito competitivo aqui, este é um circuito que é bom para o McLaren?
Sim, eu diria que o carro é muito fácil de guiar neste traçado que é o circuito de Estoril e dá um à vontade ao piloto ou seja, permite mesmo puxar e levar o carro até ao limite e sinto que o compromisso que arranjamos com este setup funciona muito bem e sim, estamos muito confiantes.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Então estamos aqui com alguns dos candidatos ao triunfo na divisão GT4 Pro e também da geral. Temos aqui o Mathieu Martins, que corre com a Aston Martin Vantage da Racar Motorsport. Mathieu, hoje o início do dia foi muito bom para vocês.
Sim, pole position no Quali 1 era o objetivo. Sair à frente na primeira corrida vai ser muito importante para nós e também é um ponto para o campeonato, então é um bom dia, sim.
E consideras que este aqui é um circuito que se pode adequar ao Aston Martin?
Sim, o Aston Martin está bom aqui. Vamos lutar com o carro que temos e fazer o melhor possível.
Para amanhã, qual será a vossa estratégia? Vocês vão, numa das corridas arrancam de primeiro, na outra bem mesmo 11º, portanto há aqui algumas dificuldades na segunda corrida. Achas que isso poderá ser um entrave nos seus objetivos?
Sim, na primeira corrida temos que ganhar, acho que vai ser importante para marcar o máximo de pontos na primeira corrida e depois na segunda vai ser um bocadinho mais difícil porque vamos sair um bocadinho mais atrás, mas acho que podemos tentar fazer pódio.
Ok, muito bem, muito obrigado. Vamos passar então aqui ao Tomás e ao José Carlos. Vocês tiveram uma temporada um bocadinho menos visível na primeira parte, mas agora na ponta final estão muito mais competitivos, ou os resultados estão a aparecer. e a vitória em Jerez foi determinante para que estivessem aqui ainda na luta pelos títulos.
Sim, claro, não começou muito bem, mas pronto, o que interessa é no final, como acaba. Por isso estamos a trabalhar para conseguirmos ganhar o título e é isso que vamos lutar até ao final.
Zé Carlos, tu és um já conhecido aqui deste tipo de decisões. Em 2023 passaste por aqui um fim de semana bastante tenso, que acabaste... Acabou por te sorrir, não é? A ti e ao Francisco Gabriel, na altura ao volante do BMW. Essa experiência vai ser boa para este fim de semana?
Acho que a experiência é sempre boa, pelo menos para termos ideias de como é que podemos fazer as coisas, não é? Não ser a primeira vez, mas sim. Nós estamos, neste caso, nas duas corridas em P5, temos um handicap, digamos, de Jerez de 10 segundos, que não é fácil de superar, mas vamos tentar ao máximo, portanto, andar no grupo da frente, chegar mais rápido, estar, digamos, no grupo da frente, para conseguirmos disputar as corridas, ambas as corridas, à geral e dentro da categoria, para no final fazermos as tais contas e vermos se conseguimos os títulos.
Ok, muito bem, mas vocês estão numa situação ímpar, vocês e o vosso colega de equipa em questão, em que vocês, para além de terem outras equipas como adversárias, têm também um adversário dentro da equipa. Como é que é gerir essa situação?
Ora bem, como é que queres responder a isto? Vou responder da forma mais correta. Não, o César é sem dúvida um grande adversário, é ele que está na frente do campeonato. Portanto, é ele que nós estamos neste momento todos aqui na sala a perseguir, na sala e na pista. Mas respeitamos-nos, não vai haver, não há ordens de equipa para, digamos, nós protegemos o César protegemos a nós. Em Jerez foi prova disso, né? E vamos disputar com fair play, o mais fair play possível na pista.
Ok, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte para amanhã. Obrigado. César, tu estás numa situação um bocadinho menos confortável do que aquela que tiveste o ano passado, quando chegaste aqui para ganhar o título do ano passado. Como é que vês essa situação?
Vejo de forma natural, o campeonato ganhou mais competitividade, o facto de haverem dois pilotos prós, dois pilotos silver em cada carro aumentou exatamente a qualidade do campeonato e a dificuldade também. Continuo líder no campeonato na última prova. É lógico que a concorrência está toda muito forte e temos adversários muito duros de roer. A qualificação para esta corrida não nos correu de feição, principalmente na Q2, na Q1 fizemos segundo atrás de Mathieu. É certo que perdemos um ponto para ele, mas estamos na luta e vamos lutar até ao fim. E tem sido um campeonato um bocadinho de altos e baixos, com trocas de companheiros de equipa, com algumas dificuldades ou pouca sorte com o aparecimento de safety cars e de algumas decisões de corrida, mas estamos em primeiro, somos o alvo no fundo a bater, a concorrência, como disse, vai estar muito forte, mas vamos confiantes e vamos fazer tudo para no final fazer as contas e sorrir.
Tu falaste um pouco do facto de teres tido mais que um colega de equipa, isso foi uma distração ao longo da temporada ou foi algo que não se notou?
Distração não foi, mas a gente começa a estar acostumado a trabalhar com um companheiro de equipa, a ter uma relação e um entrosamento a nível de setup e disso tudo, e quando trocamos, volta tudo a estar a zero. Tem que haver novamente este trabalho. Não correu mal, as trocas que a gente fez não correram mal. Fomos obrigados a tomar essa decisão, não foi por opção, foi por ter de ser mesmo. Eu mantive-me sempre no carro e pronto, e agora vamos chegar ao final e logo vemos se compensou, se não.
Tu, à semelhança do que aconteceu com o Mathieu na qualificação de hoje, na tua segunda qualificação também, ou do teu colega de equipa, o seu resultado foi menos bom, digamos. Isso vai ser um desafio para a corrida de amanhã? E pode ser um motivo de preocupação?
O motivo de preocupação é sempre, a gente pode sair de primeiro e levar um toque, ou sair de segundo e levar um toque e deitar tudo por água abaixo. É lógico que sair, quanto mais à frente sai, melhor, não sai no meio de tanta confusão. O meu companheiro de equipa fez 13º na qualificação dele, vai sair no meio de mais carros. Eu acredito que ele tenha ritmo para mais e para melhor, mas amanhã vemos.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. Vamos passar então agora aos Franciscos. Os Franciscos tiveram uma temporada, digamos, de altos e baixos, muitos altos e alguns baixos. Como é que é gerir a situação? Ter uma corrida em que vocês ganham a corrida, em algumas situações até com algum conforto, e depois gerir também a frustração de problemas que aconteceram muitas vezes sem ser vocês os protagonistas da situação.
É mais ou menos frustrante, como é óbvio, porque o nosso objetivo é no final sermos campeões, e sempre foi esse o nosso objetivo desde o início do ano. E eu sei por experiência própria, já estive nesta posição algumas vezes, e tento sempre, quanto mais para a última se deixa, mais provável é de correr mal, digamos assim. Ou de correr bem, neste caso espero que corra bem esse fim de semana. Mas quanto menos tu deixares para a última as coisas, melhor. Por isso é que temos que sempre tentar maximizar quando sabemos que estamos fortes. Curiosamente, e também devido ao trabalho que fizemos enquanto equipa durante o ano todo, estivemos fortes em todos os fins de semana. Este não é exceção, se calhar não tão fortes quanto gostaríamos de estar, pelo menos eu também falo um bocadinho por mim, não estou propriamente confortável, mas não é fácil de lidar com esses altos e baixos, como tu falaste, porque sentimos principalmente isso mesmo, que ganhamos, somos os mais rápidos, mas depois vemos no final as contas do fim de semana e as contas não demonstram o que nós fizemos durante o fim de semana e obviamente não é fácil de digerir.
Okay. Francisco Abreu, neste caso. Francisco, vocês, apesar de tudo, não estão dos principais candidatos ao título deste fim de semana, são aqueles que têm as posições da grande partida mais equilibradas, não é? Porque o Francisco Moura fez segundo, tu fizeste sexto. Oitavo.
Esta foi mais dispar.
E os outros estão mais distantes em termos de posições. Isso é uma vantagem para amanhã?
Não percebi. Nós estamos mais juntos e os outros estão mais distantes.
Exato.
Eu acho que acho que nenhuma das três equipas que estão a lutar pelo título conseguiram fazer duas boas qualificações este fim de semana. No meu caso, sei que tinha algum ritmo para mais, não consegui juntar a volta, é o que é, não é? Acontece. Mas acho que estamos com um excelente ritmo de corrida, portanto creio que amanhã vamos ter algo a dizer e queremos ter algo a dizer porque, como também falaste ainda agora com o Kiko, não é? Altos e baixos, e em 10 corridas ganhámos 5 e desistimos 3. Portanto, não tem a ver só com ganhar, tem a ver com terminar, tem a ver com conseguirmos chegar ao final sem nenhum toque, sem nenhum incidente e creio que a coisa nos há de sorrir, não é? Portanto,
À semelhança daquilo que eu há pouco falei com o Zé Carlos Pires, tu eras colega de equipa do Zé Carlos Pires, vocês já há 2 anos atrás, com o BMW da Speed, e vocês tiveram numa luta bastante intensa com o Mercedes da Lema, aliás com episódios por fora de pista e por aí fora, mas acabaram por conseguir o título. Essa experiência adquirida nesse ano vai ser benéfica para este fim de semana?
Sim, acho que a experiência é sempre benéfica, independentemente, claro que esse campeonato dá sempre, não é, decisões assim à última, claro que dá-nos alguma experiência, não é, alguma forma ou algum traquejo de conseguirmos lidar com estas situações, mas creio que é um campeonato separado, não é, são dois, são campeonatos distintos, portanto creio que há de ajudar, mas não sei se vai ser por aí ou não.
Sabes que vai ser determinante. Pelo menos evitar aquelas situações em que tiveram que sair de pista, não é?
Sim, por exemplo, na última não consegui vestar e bastava-me ter acabado em segundo, portanto...
Sim.
Já passei ali também muitas vezes, esta não correu bem, e acontece, não é? Nesse ano correu bem, portanto...
Ok. Muito bem. Muito obrigado a todos, então, e boa sorte para a corrida de amanhã. Ou para as corridas de amanhã. Ok, então chegamos assim ao final deste Title Showdown. Já sabem que amanhã há corridas, são 4 corridas, 2 de manhã e mais 2 à tarde. Em todas elas vai haver decisões dos títulos, portanto vão ser provas de grande emoção e podem ser seguidas tanto na DAZN como no YouTube, no canal de YouTube da Race Ready. Obrigado pela vossa companhia e encontramos amanhã. So we are in the final race of the season for the GTC and touring cars, and there is many stuff to decide. One of it will be the touring car championship, where we have Daniel Teixeira here in the pole position. Let's try to speak with him. Daniel, you are fighting for the touring car championship. You'll be on the move to start to attack since the beginning, or will be a race like in the first one?
Yeah, once again we are starting from the pole position, so we'll try to the same as we did during the first race. So we'll try to have a good pace and fighting for the win overall.
Okay, thank you and good luck. Let's try now to speak with Chloe Grant. She was trying to fight for the lead in the first race, but then a penalty meant that she couldn't fight for the win in GTX. Let's try to see. Chloe, in the first race you had the pace to fight for the win in GTX. Do you think that you can fight again for the win now?
Yeah, obviously I hope so. I think we're in quite a good position after qualifying. Feels something slightly funny in the car there on the lap round here, so hopefully it's something that's solvable, and the team are just checking now. But yeah, hopefully if everything is okay, I think we have a good chance at the win.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck for the race. Let's try to speak also with Rui Merita. Rui Merita is in the verge of winning the cup. The cup is already won, but GTC Championship. Rui, vai ser uma corrida de ataque agora, com a pista mais quente e sem ter zonas molhadas?
Sim, vamos fazer a corrida normal, tentar fazer o que sempre fizemos, bem.
Okay, muito bem. E achas que as condições agora estão melhores para o Porsche?
Sim, agora sim, sem dúvida que sim.
Okay, muito bem, muito obrigado e boa sorte. And so Roy told us that now the conditions for the Porsche are a bit better than in the morning, and he will do his best to go for the overall win. It won't be easy because Daniel, but he will fight for it. So let's go back to studio.
Okay, well, thank you for all of the insights down there on the grid as we prepare for what is the final race of the season in the GTC and TC divisions of the Supercars endurance season. The Iberian and Portuguese titles on the line for this one. Daniel Teixeira, as we can see there, with a clear pole position. He'll be looking to get another race win under his belt. Rui Merita alongside him on the first row. He was quick out of the gates earlier on today. Gabriel Catolio in third place alongside Chloe Grant in fourth position in the Monteros Competicios BMW. In fifth place is Pompeo Simoes in fifth. Gracie Mitchell in P6 alongside Thomas Roche in fourth position, and João Poça in 8th place. Hopefully that car has a better run of form than it did earlier on, because they had a bit of a tumultuous race. Marcus Fothergill taking the start this time. He'll be 9th position on the grid alongside Jonathan Ellsworth in 11th position. Alex Wendt and Thomas Cavelish in 12th position. Pierre Alexis Lacourte, one of many Team CDRS Ligiers on the grid today alongside the Aston Martin from NGT Motorsport. That's Fernando Suarez in 14th, Frank Lebesca in 15th, and then Ferrari of Pedro Raposo in P16 on the grid as we now start to roll on this formation lap. Christian Philippon in 17th place, Pascal Treu in 18th, Vitor Costa in 19th ahead of Federico Castro in the Leon Supercopa that joins the grid this weekend. He's just ahead of the first of the Ginetta G40s. That's Martin Romao. Miguel Gaspar is next in 22nd, Rodrigo Vilaza in 23rd, and Tomas Gomez rounding out the 24, row 12, but position 24 on this grid. A nice full grid. We once again split the GTCs and the TCs apart from the GT4s owing to the sheer level of interest. Quite frankly, it would be very hairy and actually probably not quite legal to run 46 odd cars on the grid here across all divisions. So we've split them in two, and it's a great sign for the health of the series that we are able to do this and able to bring you such an exciting field of cars. So then the championships are in play, as we've alluded to, but still getting updated point standings through at the moment. But in the Iberian standings in the TC class, it looks to me like João Faria has all but secured it. It's going to be a title for him. Of course, in the Cup class, as we've alluded to, Rui Marita in the Iberian is already champion. And in GTX, Camelo and Simoes have already won that championship. But of course, GTX and Cup are subclasses of the main GTC classification. Rui Marita leads that on 132 points, but Camelo and Simoes are still there on 120. So that title is not wrapped up. And indeed, João Faria needs to hope for a win in this race within the TC class to win the title, or rather he needs to hope that Daniel Teixeira finishes behind him to win the title. But given he's in a Ginetta for G40 and Teixeira is in a TCR, he could end up taking the overall TC classification at the end of all this. In the Portuguese championships, it's much the same as well, although Rui Marita has a stronger hold on that title picture. In fact, he's won the Portuguese titles already. So it's the Iberian classification that I think will be the main points of interest here. The biggest of the championship itineraries. We have a championship for our Spanish events. We have a championship for our Portuguese events, but it's the Iberian classification, the main classification of Supercars Endurance, that is going to be the biggest point of concern in this race. For Daniel Teixeira, he just needs to have a good race and claim a win. But for Rui Marita, he still has championships to consider as we get underway in racing. One of the Porsche 997s there straying out. That was a 66 car going slightly rally crossing. And look at Rui Marita. Again, a great start. Very brave on the brakes into the first corner. Teixeira again fails to hold the lead. Going through the first corner, everyone looks to have gotten through turn one cleanly, but it's Marita that leads the way. In third place there is Chloe Grant. That was Simoes, I think, bouncing across the gravel there, or it looked like it at least. And we've got one car stopped, we've got another car spun. It's all happening on the first lap of the race. That's the number 70 McLaren of Alex Wendt that has had a moment there. I believe Alex Wendt, I should say, but the 70, are we going to get that reversed? Looks like we are. Shouldn't be fully abandoned. I think the car that was stopped there was Tom Roche, yes. Tom has failed to clear the first sector, so one of the fastest drivers in those top width Ginettas that form so much of the GTX class. Oh! Oh, goodness me, Marcus Fothergill just about gets to the brake pedal in time as well. And he had a moment there. Now, I was looking at my timing screen. I don't know if that was on his own or whether it was a forced error, let's say, but that was pretty hair-raising all the same. The safety car has been deployed, I'm guessing because Tom Roche has not been able to recover his car. But we now have the safety car on track, and I think that message got to some slower than others. We saw there Simoes hurrying past a few and then having to let them by, but the safety car has been scrambled to make some recoveries there. But what a shame for Marcus Fothergill. He'd gotten himself up to third from 9th. Which looked like a really promising start, and well, now it's all for naught, and that is hugely disappointing for the driver of the 69 car. So then the race leader is Rui Marita, who once again finds himself ahead of Daniel Teixeira in the Hyundai. The Elantra TCR, very, very quick, but I think perhaps not quite as good at getting heat into the tyres. Of course, being front-wheel drive, he's perpetually asking the front axle to do the turning and deliver the power, whereas the Porsche being rear-wheel drive, maybe just a bit easier to handle in those early stages versus the TCR machine. Morita was brave on the brakes. Of course, that's also a factor. Porsches quite infamously have fabulous braking potential. It's quite a common aftermarket decision to buy Porsche GT3 brakes and stick them on a different car entirely. Such is their renown. Rui Morita using that braking potential fabulously. And what a shame for these two. The 70 driver, Vent, and Marcus Fothergill, both at the rear of the field, particularly for Fothergill, given the start that he had. A shame that he's back there at the rear of the field. And regardless of how this race goes, though, I know he'll be a proud pup this weekend with his son Lucas racing in Europe for the first time and getting what I think might be his first taste of a GT car, a modern-ish GT car in that Ferrari 430 that's on the grid against Marcus Fothergill today. His son will be driving the Ferrari, as I understand it, in testing after his dalliance in some historics this weekend. Quite a full program for the family Fothergill on this day. And of course, quite a motoring family, the Fothergills, between Marcus and Lucas. Oh, we've got one of the Ginettas, is that, off the track and in the gravel under safety car. Let's just stay with this and see. Is that one of the Ginettas? Yes, it is. Was that... I'm not sure which of them it was. Is that the Staccini... Yes, that's... Oh, no, I think that might be Tom Roche, actually. Or Steve Curtin's car, potentially. Oh, it's Ellsworth, I think, in the 126, isn't it? Yes. Oh, gosh. Well, there's so many of those Ginettas out there from Tockwith who support the series magnificently. I wasn't quite sure which one I was looking at there, but it does appear to be the 126 car. Yeah, and that is really unfortunate for Ellsworth, who started near the top 10. Safety car is set to come in this lap, meanwhile, so I think the safety car queue, yep, is about to join us on the main straight. We are back to go. We are back to going racing, and Rui Morita heads off at the head of the field, and with Simoes down a few places, that bodes really well for his chances of winning the GTC title on this day. You see there the Cayman running 6th. That's the main title contender to Morita in the Iberian Supercars. And look at that dive there up against Gracie Mitchell. Pompeo Simoes was not going to hang around. He decided. Morita and Teixeira duking it out at the front. Then it's Chloe Grant in 3rd place. Then Gabriel Catholio in 4th. Pompeo Simoes in 5th. Gracie Mitchell in 6th. Great to see two talented female racers up there at the sharp end as well, between Gracie Mitchell and Chloe Grant. Chloe Grant, who will be keeping a close eye on what's going on in her mirrors with Casuelo behind, who we know is very rapid, but also keeping an eye on what's going on ahead, because if Teixeira and Morita get physical, this could well become a 3-4 car battle for the lead. Morita, though, I think will not be over-exuberant in defending against Teixeira here. Teixeira with a nice run out of Parabolica interior. That will grant him the outside for the following corner. Morita, though, standing his ground, holding on to the lead for the time being. It'll be single file, of course, through this Gancho chicane bypass that we're using this weekend. The classic layout, or closer to the classic layout of Estoril, which means an Armco barrier perilously close if you get a foot wrong. Rui Morita will lead another lap. You hear there the wastegate on the Hyundai Elantra TCR. I'm sure there's some data share, some engineering shared across the TCR and the WRC Hyundai platforms, and That wastegate really does make me think more WRC than TCR. Oh, Simoes with a puncture as Teixeira goes for the lead. Morita holds on and hopefully gets it stopped for turn 1. He just about does, but Teixeira is going to be all over him. But that's a huge drama. A puncture, tire down on the left rear for Pompeo Simoes. And with that, well, the championship isn't decided, but certainly in the Iberian Supercars GTC classification, Rui Morita suddenly has a lot of ground in his favour. What a huge development in this battle. Just looking at the GTX standings, and well, thankfully, Simoes and Camelo, of course, are out of reach for any of their rivals, because this would not be the greatest end to the season for them if they didn't already have that GTX Iberian title sewn up. You see Teixeira all over the back of Rui Morita. Morita doing a good job here holding his ground. Of course, both of these drivers are racing solo. Morita was actually keeping pace with Teixeira in the second phase of the race earlier on today. So I don't think it's inconceivable that this battle rolls on for a good time to come. Both drivers, incidentally, have 10 seconds of pit stop handicap to consider later on as well. So it's not as if there's an overwhelming advantage one way or another in regard to the pit stops. I like Morita's commitment there. He's figured out that the Porsche is better under braking than the Hyundai, so he's not defending into the first corner. Even though Teixeira gets a good run towards the end of the straight, Morita's confident enough in his car's strengths to not deviate from the racing line, not cost himself time. That is the mark of a very experienced racer, and a racer that doesn't get ruffled quite as easily as some. Looks like we've got a slowing car, the number 66 machine from the Veloso Motorsport stable. That's the Posse-driven Porsche 997 Cup that had some dramas in the previous race as well. It's becoming a bit of a weekend to forget. It looked like maybe a tyre was going down there as well, but I could be mistaken. It may just be a broader technical issue. Meanwhile, Chloe Grant is certainly having to defend third place. Gracie Mitchell has moved back up to 5th place, incidentally, because of Simoes' puncture a couple of laps ago. So Mitchell back into the top 5, albeit under fairly significant scrutiny from the Team CDRS entry of Patrick Triot. So 4 cars in shot. One of them a GT4 spec machine, that being the BMW of Chloe Grant, who leaves the door open just a little bit there. And through is going to go Gabriel Catholio, but who has the better run down the straight? I think the BMW probably has a little bit more legs, but I'm not sure she's going to be close enough to use it. Morita holds the lead for another lap. Will Chloe Grant retaliate and try and fight back for third place? Certainly later on the brakes to the outside of Catholio, but Catholio just about holds on. While this battle continues, we'll stay with it, but we'll also go down to the pits.
We are with Adam Fawcett, who makes his teammate with Pedro Paiva Raposo in the only Ferrari of the field. You had third position in the Cup in the first race. Do you think that you can repeat the podium in this second race?
Well, we're currently running 5th. I mean, I really hope we can, but it's a big stretch now for the second half of this race.
And what's your goal for your last stint of the year?
Well, I hope we will come second in the Portuguese Championship overall, which would be a great result for our first season.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck for your stint.
Thanks so much. Nice
Back to studio.
Okay, well, Fawcett then keeping an eye on the proceedings for the Prep Tech Ferrari, which is down in 13th overall behind a trio of Team CDRS Ligiers, of which there are 5 on the grid, and the one that's leading the CDRS subclass, I suppose you could call it, is that Golf liveried Ligier on the back of Gracie Mitchell at the moment. Mitchell, of course, looking to hand the car over in a strong position to the Italian stallion Luca Staccini. He's very much an Italian Anglophile based in the UK despite his Italian heritage. He's certainly been relishing this opportunity to pair up with Gracie, to join Topwith and have a great season out here in Iberia. Currently set to be, I think, second in the GTX classification for this season in the Iberian standings, which is a really solid effort. There is the Prep Tech Ferrari just going through shot, running third in class right now in the Cup division, the subclass of GTC. Just ahead there of Vita Costa, who is aboard that 73 car, also a Cup entry. And then a GTX car behind them, that being the McLaren that we saw in a spin on the first lap in the Hans Valix vent. GTX covers out of homologation GT4s and then light GTs like the Ginetta G55s and the Ligier JS2s, whereas the Porsche Cup cars, the Ferrari Challenge cars like that 430 in the hands of Raposo are in the in the Cup class. They are somewhat handicapped in order to bring them in line with cars like the Ligiers and the older GT4s. At the front of the field then, Rui Morita has been doing a valiant job so far of holding off the advances of the JT59 car of Daniel Teixeira, and he continues to do so here. Despite the best efforts of Teixeira, who has a great record in touring car racing, is renowned as one of the best Portuguese drivers of the day. And he's certainly challenging Rui Morita and will continue to do so. Chloe Grant has fallen back a bit from Gabriel Cathoilo since the driver of that Chefo Sport Ligier got past for third place, and now I think Chloe Grant is worrying a lot more about Gracie Mitchell and Pascal Trieu behind. Pascal Trieu, the Golf liveried Ligier, of course, Team CDRS here this weekend, having run their full season campaign in France, and deciding to have a trip out to Iberia to compete with us here in the Supercars Endurance. And again, really good to see them, really great to have them. And a very fascinating race that we have in prospect here, with so many cars running quite close together here, line astern before the pit window. Of course, Morita and Teixeira's battle will continue through the window. And we'll see how the deck is shuffled as well in this third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and maybe even seventh place battle, because Marcus Fothergill in seventh position is really closing in, actually. Well, he was 12 seconds back last time on these guys, but he is lapping very quickly indeed. I do wonder if Fothergill may move up. In fact, it's Pompeo Simoes there behind the Ligier, who is a lap down after that puncture, of course. A slight trick of the shot for me there for a moment, making me think Fothergill was a bit closer. But again, with the pit stops in consideration, I don't think Fothergill has a handicap, so that could be interesting once he hands over to Dave Bennett. Let's just verify that. Is there a penalty for that car? He might have gotten a top three in the Cup division. He did, actually, so 125 seconds, 5 seconds of extra time. We'll see how that shakes out later on. But this battle really illustrating the different shapes, different sizes, and different cars eligible for the GTX class, specifically in the Iberian Supercars. GT4 followed by G55 Super Cup, followed by Ligier JS2R. Of course, the JS2R is being evolved for next year into the JS2RS, which will be a much more of a near to like a GT2 SRO performance, if anything, and maybe a step too quick for something like Iberian Supercars, even with BOP. So, but still really interesting to see that new project coming from Ligier. Mitchell taking a wide berth there around the final corner. Maybe gets a good run then down the straight to try and challenge the BMW of Chloe Grant. Now, we had one of the TC cars coming in out of the pits there, and that's the 102 car, which also is a consideration in a title, as we see their trio running wide. However, that 102 car that's just there in the shot briefly, that Ginetta G40, is a consideration in point standings, because one of the drivers is João Faria, who needs a good result here to tie up his various TC classes, and potentially even the TCR class over, or the overall touring car class over Daniel Teixeira, but that doesn't look likely to happen, especially with the car having made a pit stop outside of the pit window. All the same, Faria will be hoping for a clear stint once this car gets taken over. It's currently in the hands of Martin Romao. So there's your third place car, Cathoilo. Where is he on pace relative to the top two? He's about a second off. We have another car slowing, another Ginetta looking slow. I think that's the 126 car again, just serving blue flags, if anything. That's just Ellsworth aboard the 126. Maybe he's got a problem as well, though, because he is a bit off the pace. Either way, that car's only just on outlap, so I think they might be running some diagnostics on some problems more than trying to get back into the swing of the race. Chloe Grant heads down towards the braking zone at turn 1, still with Gracie Mitchell and Pascal Trio right on her exhaust pipes. Meanwhile, we see the Aston Martin, the old spec, naturally aspirated Vantage GT4, just there running ahead of the Lacourt-driven Team CDRS Ligier. So Suarez defending here for what is 5th place in the GTX class at the moment. Great to see that old first-generation GT4 Vantage. Of course, the very first generation was the wingless N24 spec, and subsequently a huge production run of GT4 cars, but that's a bit of a wild line there, and that's going to give the opportunity to the driver of the 29. Through goes Pascal Lacourt. Didn't need to be asked twice to take that place away. In fact, Pierre-Alexis Lacourt, my apologies, Pierre-Alexis, as into the pits come our top two in tandem, Morita and Teixeira. The window has now opened, and both of our leaders immediately take advantage. As does Chloe Grant. Casuelo continues on, so he's going to lead for the time being, and here comes a good run from Pascal Trio to try and get past Gracie Mitchell here, and the Ligier makes the position. Can Gracie fight back? Trio didn't get the best of runs out of turn 1. Mitchell has a brief look to the inside at turn 2, but it wasn't quite going to pay off there. Gracie has been demoted a position then. We'll see how long both of these drivers stay out there before serving the mandatory pit stop and making the driver change where applicable. So our two race leaders, Morita and Teixeira, are in pit lane. They both have a 2 minutes 10 second pit stop to serve. So they should theoretically be coming out at the exact same time in about a single minute's time. But will the deck have shuffled? Will the order have changed? It's a very exact science, again, to make sure you don't arrive at that pit exit line too early or too late. We continue to watch this battle unfold with Mitchell, who hasn't quite been able to retaliate up against Pascal Trio. Will either driver decide to pit this time? Doesn't look like it, no. Both continue on their way. Meanwhile, we see Rui Morita come back out onto the circuit as the leader. Teixeira flashing away at the headlights, saying, "I'm right behind you, sunshine." And we're in for an interesting battle from there. And also look behind, Enrique Oliveira has joined only a few seconds back as well, as they're now released from their pit lane limiters. I think that with the handicaps, Oliveira will be a little bit closer, and Enrique, a very racy young talent supported previously by the Portuguese Federation. I believe that he will be looking to maybe make a mark on this. If Morita and Teixeira do battle, then maybe we might see that BMW get involved as well. Great sound there from the flat six of the Porsche 991 Cup as it disappears under our gantry. That's the 991.1 specification car. He does run a bit shallow there through Parabolica Interior, and that's really compromised his run through the turn, and that's given Teixeira an opportunity. That was a bit of an unforced error, to be honest, from Rui Morita. They're not currently P1 and P2, but this is the battle for the lead, and Teixeira has the inside line. You can't go too wide through there, and Daniel Teixeira takes advantage. But now watch, because Rui Morita should have a little bit more of a straight line speed advantage, especially in the toe of the Hyundai. The Hyundai has looked a bit quicker in a straight line, but I just think that Rui Morita might be able to follow the hole in the air and use that superior braking on the run down to the first corner. However, he's so far back. You see there a good 2 or 3 car lengths already. Teixeira has been released, it seems, and Rui Morita, yeah, I think that's not going to be salvageable now without a serious lick of pace or something happening ahead for Teixeira that gets him a little bit unsettled, because already Teixeira just building a couple of car lengths as if it was nothing almost instantly. They do have that Seat Leon Supercopa just ahead, but giving a wide berth there to the lead battle, which is heads-up driving there from the driver Formiga aboard that number 18. Gracie Mitchell is into pit lane, so she has elected to duck in and hand over to Lucas Ticini, who will be keen to really put in a fast outlap coming out to the pit lane to perhaps try and leapfrog the Pascal Trio-driven Ligier from Team CDRS, whom Gracie had just been overtaken by a couple of laps before the pit stop. Through go our top two. Teixeira not massively getting away from Morita. So Morita again. Oh, Teixeira with a huge lump of oversteer there. Lift-off oversteer, of course, always a factor on a front-wheel drive car, and I think that's exactly what happened there to Teixeira. That will have woken up Rui Morita if he wasn't already. Meanwhile, Pascal Trio is allowing Simoes through, which of course makes sense. Simoes is a lap down here, so he hasn't got any stake really in that battle. We've still yet to see Trio into the pits. We have now seen Gabriel Cathoilo, who was running third, into the pit lane. We'll see where he shakes out versus the top two fighting it out at the front. Did Cathoilo have a penalty to serve? Angel Santos, of course, will take the car over. Let's have a quick look at that. Yes, 5 seconds, but still, that is 5 seconds that he'll have over the top two's pit stops, although he was a lot further back than that, so I'm not convinced it'll be enough for him to inherit a race lead. Seeing some more of the CDRS entries, as well as the gorgeous NGT Motorsport Aston. Meanwhile, the PrepTech Ferrari 430, I think now in the hands of the man we heard from earlier on, Adam Fawcett, and he is currently running third in the Cup class, so they have made up some of those positions they were aiming to gain, and in fact Fawcett at the wheel setting the fastest laps of the race for that car so far. Fawcett, who did some Fun Cup racing prior to this year, but in terms of running a GT car, in terms of racing at least, this was a new endeavour for him entering Iberian Supercars. We've got yellow flag, double yellow at turn 1. Is there an incident down at the first corner? Yes, there is! It's Rui Morita! Rui Morita has had a spin from what was going to be a net second place. He has had a drama. Now, was it self-inflicted, or was there something else at play? We see that Teixeira is still there, and up to what will be second place is the Enrique Oliveira car. And we'll keep an eye on how this unfolds, but Morita has lost a good couple of positions, which is a huge turn up for the books. Ginetta several laps down there, but we focus back in on Adam Fawcett, who's been picking off places here. Has moved past that Ginetta and that Ligier on the previous lap, so that puts him up to 13th overall, but still third in the Cup class. We get a look back here at Morita, who just over-committed for the first corner, was too late on the brakes, tried to get the car rotated for the first corner, was asking far too much of the rear axle, and ended up looping around. He has dropped down then to what will be third place once the pit stop window is shaken out. And look at that, a big dive from Enrique Oliveira. And actually Morita, if we can just hold on here, Morita may come out behind. Yes, has come out behind the Ligier. So as they approach turn 3 here, the Ligier is just coming out ahead of the Porsche. Oh, there's been a change at turn 2. So the Ligier, the orange and blue machine, just about was ahead of Stefan Codet, or rather Stefan Codet was just ahead of Rui Morita, but Morita has gained the position back on cold tyres. The Team CDRS driver, the number 9, Stefan Codet, was not going to be able to challenge. Rui Morita, we thought maybe it dropped off the podium in the overall classification, but has remained. Oh, actually, if we could go to maybe the penultimate corner, I believe that Cathoilo and Teixeira are fighting it out for the race lead. If we go to the final turn, maybe onto the main straight, is where we'll find the battle for the race lead. Because Cathoilo and Teixeira, yes, are side by side at the moment, just behind the blue and purple Porsche, or the red and purple Porsche, is the car that was leading Cathoilo, but Teixeira has just drafted past on the main straight. So Teixeira through into the lead, Cathoilo down to second place in the white and black Ligier with the green accents, was briefly leading after the safety car window because of that shorter pit stop. But now that position has changed hands once again. So the Ligier down to second, and then the Porsche's a non-entity a lap down. But Teixeira briefly then losing the race lead in amongst the pit stop handicaps. But with Rui Morita behind him, having that spin, he now looks quite comfortable in the race lead. Cathoilo then, or rather it's Angel Santos, of course, who's now taken the car over. So the timing tower showing the starting drivers at the moment, but Cathoilo, of course, was the first driver. Angel Santos at the wheel now. And Santos was not able to hold off the charging Daniel Teixeira, who really has been on great form. Not been on form that no one else can match, mind you, because we've seen great pace from the likes of Morita. But unfortunately, Rui making that error has rather shifted the picture for the rest of this race. Meanwhile, we look here at the battle for one of the lower positions. I'm just trying to figure out which cars these are. It's one of the Team CDRS Ligiers. Be really helpful to see the side door number on that car because that actually has a decent sized one. But the Ligier, I think, is Olivier Lopez, actually. The big Ginetta behind, I believe, is actually in GT4 specification rather than Super Cup because it hasn't got the big Super Cup rear wing. So a couple of different G55 specs out there on the circuit. 25 car. So yes, that's Lopez. And then Geschitgai, the other Team CDRS driver, of course, he's the CDRS driver in a Ginetta rather than a Ligier. So that explains it. I see Ginetta on this grid, and I think Tockwith Motorsport, but Team CDRS has brought one to the party as well this weekend. So they're fighting it out for 13th and 14th and about to go a lap down. So it's not the most consequential of battles for the championship, especially given they're both guest entries. But interesting to see this intra-team battle across two different chassis, two different types of car. Teixeira doesn't care what's going on, though. He's going to barge past both of them and continue to build his lead, which has gone out from nothing to 5.5 seconds in a matter of, what, 2 laps? Very good driving from Teixeira. Angel Santos running in second place. Enrique Oliveira there in third in the white BMW. And Rui Morita is certainly closing in on him. Morita almost a second faster on the previous lap. So the driver of the brown Porsche on the hunt. Meanwhile, a lap down, unfortunately, on Luca Staccini is the driver of the green and black Cayman. Of course, that is the car that had the puncture early on, Duarte Camelo. So Camelo, while he is behind Luca Staccini, he's also a lap behind Luca Staccini. No doubt Camelo feels like racing and may well make a move here on Staccini, but the reality is Staccini runs 5th and Camelo runs, I think, about 15th, 16th on the road at the moment. Yes, 16th position. So unfortunately, as much as Camelo wishes it was a battle for position, it is not. However, Staccini is defending from Duarte Camelo as if it was a battle for position. And they've got to be careful here to not knock each other off the circuit, of course. We've got 13 minutes and 40 seconds of this race left to go. Now, Rui Morita will be closing in on Enrique Oliveira, and unlike this battle, that one is for position, so I think we should probably try and seek that out just a few seconds up the road. They'll be circling the final corner at the moment, so in fact they'll just be appearing at the top of our shot now as the leader Teixeira comes through, then second place, and then at the very far of shot, the last 2 cars on the straight right now, that is our battle for third place, and Rui Morita is now half a second back, if that, and he's going to have a look even to turn one. He's going to be careful under braking into turn one, as he found out earlier on, but he's right on the back of Enrique Oliveira. Oliveira in that Porsche 991 Cup car. Look at the CDRS battle again, a lap down, but look at this. This is for third position. This is Rui Morita climbing back up the order. The Cup class leader running second now in GTC behind Angel Santos, trying to recover this race as best he can. He gets past his Monteros Competicios patriot in the form of Enrique Oliveira. And you know what? With 12.5 minutes left to go, I'm not convinced that Rui Morita is finished making his way forward. He's only 4 seconds back from second place man Angel Santos. Morita, who is not yet locked in for all of the championships he's contending for. Even with that spin earlier on, looks like he's well on his way here to winning some more titles. A man who has won several championships before in Iberian Supercars. Currently the comfortable runaway leader in the Cup class of the Iberian classification, or rather of the CPV, the Portuguese classification. He also leads in, to an unassailable degree, in the GTC class, the overall Cup and GTX combined classification. He leads that by a significant margin. It was the Iberian titles that were still up for debate in the GTC class. He only had 12 points coming into this over Camelo and Simoes. We again have a look at this battle that, I remind you, isn't for position. I also remind Duarte Camelo it's not for position as he goes back past Lucas Ticini yet again. Duarte Camelo, I think, driving angry a little bit. Before he was in the car, the puncture cost the team a lap, and with that came any chance, or with that went any chance of trying to win the championship in the Iberian Supercars GTC for 2025. So Camelo driving with a head full of anger, but we'll see where he finishes. We just know that it won't be enough to net the title for himself and Simoes. So the scrap to watch is once again going to be with Rui Morita in the dark brown or the light brown Porsche. They will be approaching the chicane bypass at the moment. Rui Morita hunting. There it is, going through the penultimate corner. Rui Morita, I think, is on the back of Angel Santos. Yes, he is. That hasn't taken long at all. 4 seconds to about 3/4 of a second in not too long at all. Morita here looking to, of course, take the GTC lead in this race. The TCR car of Teixeira leads overall, but the first of the GTs at the moment is Angel Santos. Not for long, though. Look at Rui Morita on the brakes. Full commitment, full bravery. Even though it went wrong for him earlier on, he's still committed on those brakes into the first corner, and he makes the move stick. Lovely driving from Rui Morita. Morita is lapping quicker than Teixeira as well, but with a dozen seconds between Teixeira and Morita, and only about half a second in favour of Morita. He's not going to be able to challenge the Hyundai Elantra TCR driver for the overall win. He has, however, put himself into the GTC class lead as well as the Cup class lead. Again, I remind you, Cup and GTX are subclasses of GTC. And so by overtaking the Ligier, he moves into the GTC lead. Next up, though, for Angel Santos to worry about is Enrique Oliveira. That's not only going to be second in the GTC classification, it's also going to be for the GTX class lead, for the light GTs, for the GT4s, as we have a bit of a close moment there between one of the Porsches and one of the Ginetta G40s. Obviously not for position, in wildly different classes, but a little bit of side to side there. They're going to be careful not to make contact. But Enrique Oliveira is mounting a challenge as we speak for third overall, yes, but also for the GTX class lead. So we should keep an eye. How much was it between the two of them? Half a second at the line as they approach the first corner now. Angel Santos and Enrique Oliveira are contesting for the GTX class lead, and there it is, the move from Oliveira. Will he squeeze out Santos? Santos will hold on around the outside using the runoff, but Oliveira still has the inside for turn 2. Oh, he can't quite do it. Santos knows that this one is for a class lead, I'm quite sure, because he has the elbows out now. He kind of looked like he was letting Rui Morita by a couple of moments ago, but not so much for Enrique Oliveira. The same luxuries are not afforded to the BMW, and we have now a battle for third overall, a battle for second in the overall GTC class, but the lead among the GTX spec cars, and Oliveira now using the power of that BMW to try and go around the outside at Parabolica Interior, but the superior braking and the lightness of the Ligier affords Angel Santos a little bit more time in the GTX class lead. Melo and Simoes, I remind you, the lap down Porsche Cayman has already won the GTX class in the Iberian Supercars classifications. Meanwhile, in the Portuguese Championship, they've also wrapped things up there. So this GTX class lead battle is not necessarily any kind of impact on the championship, but it is a lot of fun to watch. The BMW again should have the straight line speed going into, going down the main straight, as we see there Rui Morita putting a lap on Adam Fawcett. But again, this is just lappery. It's the two cars behind that we need to keep an eye on. Rui Morita in that 33 car, and there is that battle for third place. Through shot. Santos and Oliveira. Those Team CDRS cars continue to fight each other, and in fact, I think this is a move. Yes, Vitor Costa has managed to get past Lopez there. That's for 14th position. And that may actually finally open the door to Gashid Guy in the Ginetta entered by Team CDRS, which those two have been at loggerheads for most of the last 15 or so minutes since the pit window. Enrique Oliveira, meanwhile, looking to the inside, or trying to look to the inside of Angel Santos, but there was a set of Ligier tail lights in the way. The light Ligier up against the bulky BMW. And while this battle continues, we'll stay with this, I think, but picture in picture, we're going to head down to the pits.
I'm with Gabriel Casoio, whose teammate is fighting for the win in GTX. It has been a great race for you. You did a great stint, and at least a podium looks like possible, and probably possibly the win.
Yeah, we'll see what Angel can do. He's doing quite a nice job. He's fighting for it. I did a pretty nice stint. I was fast. It was a bit tough to pass the BMW first, but I managed to do so. Then I managed to pull away quite a bit, and well, we'll see. I think I did a pretty good job now. So yeah.
Anyway, ending the season with 2 podiums, it will be a good way to go to the winter.
Yeah. I think it was a pretty good start to the Ligier experience. We'll see if we can carry that on to next year to fight for the European Championship. But yeah, we'll see what we can get. I think it was a pretty good start, and I'm evolving quite fast.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck for the race, for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thank you. And back to studio.
Well, we've seen here Angel Santos briefly losing the lead down at turn 1. Enrique Oliveira had the inside line, moved up to the GTX class lead, but then Santos, with the great run towards turn 2, reclaimed the inside, reclaimed the lead in class, but he's having to fight for this with Enrique Oliveira. He's doing a great job. I mean, Oliveira closed in on him fairly quickly. But Santos has made that Ligier a lot wider than it actually is. And young Enrique Oliveira, of course, formerly a front runner in the TC class for the GTC G40s and cars of that nature. He has had a very difficult time trying to find a way through. This is where he briefly succeeded at passing a lap ago. Again, look at how much later on the brakes he is, around the outside at turn 1. Surely he's got it stopped. He drifts out a bit wide. That's going to give an opportunity to Santos, but Santos can't quite overlap with the BMW. So Enrique Oliveira is through, but the nimble Ligier looks to the inside at turn 3, and we're going to have to wait and see if both cars emerge. There's a yellow flag at turn 3. I think we may have had a problem for the battle for third place. Oliveira emerges, but there's no Angel Santos. Angel Santos has gone missing. We didn't see how, but the net result is clear. The BMW has lived. The Ligier has had a problem. The yellow flag has now been lifted. So I think Angel Santos has continued. Either way, there is the Ligier, so it is still running. It is running behind Luca Staccini as well. So Staccini has moved up to second in GTX, as well as fourth overall. Meanwhile, last lap begins. Teixeira at the front. Funny enough, Rui Morita has been chipping away at the gap just slightly, tenths of a second here or there. What could have been if Rui Morita hadn't made that error into the first corner just a couple of laps after the pit window? Could he have challenged Teixeira? I think it could have been on. Teixeira now trying to pick his way here through the traffic, having their own battles. That's the TC class leading Seat. The Seat Leon Supercopa in the same class as the GTC G40s, and is leading that by, well, the better part of a lap, actually. So for Formiga and the Art of Speed team, they're going to claim a class win there. Teixeira, I think, will also just about claim the touring car title in the overall Iberian Supercars. The clock hits 0 now as he comes through the penultimate corner. Every time we've seen this Hyundai this season in the Supercars Endurance Series, it has been incredibly impressive, as has the man at the wheel, Daniel Teixeira, who will come across the line to win his final race of the season, the final race of the season in Iberian Supercars. But second across the line, behind the lap traffic, will be Rui Morita, who takes the GTC class of Iberian Supercars. He's the champion there, having already secured the Portuguese division. Another championship for Morita, and just about coming across the line in third place is Enrique Oliveira to win the GTX class. He was under pressure from a car that was a lap down. Duarte Camelo again having his fun. And Luca Staccini will wrap up the season with fourth overall, third in the GTC class, and second in the GTX subclass, just holding off Angel Santos after whatever drama befell Oliveira and Santos at turn 3. Next across the line among the lead lappers is quite a way back. It's Stefan Codet in the first of the Team CDRS Ligiers. We've already had the TC class winner, Art of Speed's Formiga, across the line in 17th. Second place in the Cup class has gone to Dave Bennett, who had a strong recovery along with Marcus Fothergill in that race, after Fothergill had that moment on the first lap. Meanwhile, the TC class championship has just been won there by the 102 driver, João Faria, who just came across the line in the little red Lightning McQueen Ginetta we just saw going through shot. He's the champion in the TC class for this year, but I think he'll lose out on the overall touring car division to the TCR of Daniel Teixeira, who hasn't been here all year, but of course has been a lot quicker than the Ginettas when they are in play. Either way, for one last time this season, the veritable variety show that is the GTC and TC divisions have put on a great exhibition, and Daniel Teixeira wins the race, and with it, I believe, the touring car title for this year in the Iberian classification. Rui Morita with another championship win in GTC, having also secured the Cup classes and the GTC class in the Portuguese standings. He now wraps up the Iberian as well. Enrique Oliveira, third position and first among the GTX runners ahead of Stacchini and Angel Santos, although it seems like there was some drama between Oliveira and Santos that we didn't quite see. Stefan Cadet and David Chiche in 7th place. Thomas Cavales making 6, 7 and 8 for the CDRS cars ahead of Alex Vent and Dave Bennett rounding out the top 10. Miguel Ferreira in 11th position ahead of Duarte Carmelo. Adam Fawcett in 13th, taking that podium that he wanted in the Cup classification ahead of Vitor Costa. And then behind him in 15th position was Lopez, who just about held on despite Emmanuel Kashitgai being all over his back for most of the race. They're about half a second apart all of the way until the finish line. Federico Formiga, as we alluded to, winning the TC class ahead of João Faria, who should be the champion there in all of the TC class classifications. Thomas Martins ahead of him. Steve Curtin, who was nursing problems with his Ginetta in 20th overall, ahead of João Poça, who unfortunately, again, we saw that Veloso Motorsport Porsche in strife. But already arriving to victory lane is Teixeira, who I think would have had his hands full of Rui Morita if Rui had not had his little moment. But all the same, a good recovery from Rui. Had to do some overtaking to get back to 2nd place, and he has now sewn up yet more championships. Let's go down, though, to victory lane as Teixeira readies to talk to us.
Posso fechar? Posso fechar a porta? Daniel, it was a great race from you with a big fight with Rui Morita, but in the end you came up first.
Yeah, it was a very, very big fight with Rui. A good fight with a very fair play for both sides. In the end, we win, but if it was Rui, the winner will be deserved as well. A great race from him.
So with this win today, you have won the championship, both championships, Iberian Supercars and Campeonato de Alta Velocidade. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. It was the goal since the beginning, and in the end we won it again. So I'm very happy for me and for my team, and of course for the sponsors.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. Let's try to speak with Rui Morita. Rui, 2 minutos aqui, se faz favor. Não. Rui, foi uma grande corrida, com uma grande luta entre ti e o Daniel Teixeira, pela primeira posição. Foi
uma luta, mas foi uma luta fora do limite, porque não há hipótese. O carro mexe-se muito bem, o carro dele anda muito, muito, muito.
Ainda assim conseguiste resistir durante muitas voltas?
Resisti, mas não, depois foi até sacar o peão e acabou, depois nunca mais. Depois para bem alto já, não vale a pena, não tem como.
Ainda assim, tu com estes resultados de hoje conseguiste vencer os títulos todos que tinhas em lista. Agora é sensação?
É boa, foi bom, pronto, não tenho mais para te dizer, mas foi uma luta, como viram, não desistimos nunca e foi até o fim.
Pronto, então para o ano vamos ter de defender os títulos.
Não, se calhar não, ou noutro carro. Vamos pensar agora.
Muito bem.
Até já.
Obrigado e parabéns. So Rui Mirita was told us that it was a tough fight, but the Hyundai is a bit better than the Porsche, and it was hard for him to maintain behind the Hyundai. But anyway, he won the championships and is really happy for that. Let's try now to speak with Enrique and Chloe, who won the GTX class. It was a tough race for you.
Yeah, Chloe started. She did a good job on the start, maintaining P1. Then for me, it was just trying to find other guys, trying to catch them because we lost some times on the box. And then we catch him, we caught him, and then I overtook for the win, and that was it.
And it was almost in the last lap, or the second behind.
Yeah, the second behind. It was crazy. It was a good race, very good race for us.
Chloe, always the feeling of ending the season with a win.
Yeah, very happy. We were obviously a bit frustrated with the race earlier because we knew we had the pace, but it didn't quite go our way. So yeah, this is very good redemption from race 1 earlier today. We couldn't be happier, and Eric did a fantastic job in his stint.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. Now please go to the podium. And with this we end our interviews here from the pit, from the paddock. Back to studio.
Well, there we go, as the GT4 cars head out onto the circuit. Just time now to take a look back at the highlights of that GTC and TC race. So we had a brilliant decider, I would say. Next up will be the GT4s deciding their championships, of course. We'll talk you through them in just a few moments. We're still basking, though, and barely having time to catch our breath. After that GTC and TC race, I'd be very interested to know exactly what went down there between Oliveira and the Ligier from Chefo Sports of Cithoilo and Santos towards the end there. We didn't quite catch it on the cameras, but it was clearly a little bit physical, or at least there was an error made somewhere along the way in what was a very compelling motor race in the Iberian Supercars and indeed the Portugal Velocidade Championship. We're now going to get a look back then at the highlights of the GTC and TC race. See Morita with a brilliant start at the front of the field, got a good launch and powered away past Daniel Teixeira, the pole sitter in the early stages. We had an off-track moment there for Simoes, which would ultimately, or is actually Agua Branco at the wheel at the time, as we get a look at how the 70 car got looped around. But Agua Branco's trip to the gravel there on the exit of turn 2 would of course cut the tyre. Tom Roche also had issues with that 126 car, and unforced error unfortunately from Marcus Fothergill on the first lap. And he would however recover nicely and work his way back through the field. After the safety car that was brought out to rescue Tom Roche's Ginetta, we had the battle between these two. Teixeira on the back of Rui Morita, looming large in the Hyundai Elantra TCR machine, and there were opportunities here and there to try and get through, but this was a critical moment there. The Camelo and Agua Branco car cutting its tyre down, and that of course effectively handed Rui Morita the GTC title in Iberian Supercars for this year, no longer contested once Camelo went down a lap. Fothergill was working his way through the field. Meanwhile, Chloe Grant was under a good amount of pressure from Gabriel Cithoilo. Cithoilo managed to get past in the Petrogold-backed Chefo Sport Ligier. Speaking of Ligiers, plenty of them this weekend with the CDRS cars, and a charging one as well in the form of Pascal Trio, who had a brilliant first stint to work from row 9 of the grid up into the top 5 there at the expense of Gracie Mitchell in the top with Ginetta. Not to say that the battling was only happening at the front as well, because this was 13th, 14th position. The Team NGT car of Fernando Suarez getting put back a position, but Gracie Mitchell was not taking the overtake laying down, was trying to hold on. Meanwhile, Rui Morita with a bit of an unforced error here at Parabolica Interior. That would ultimately spell doom for his race lead as they came towards the incredibly tight right-hander here, the Gancho chicane bypass. It was Texiera who had the inside and moved into the lead. Rui Morita with a spin, just asking too much of the rear axle under braking into the first corner. Meanwhile, that was Enrique Oliveira putting a lap on one of the Ginettas as he started to try and move back up the field after the pit stop cycle. He was, of course, ahead of Rui Morita after Morita had his spin, but it wouldn't take long for Rui to try and fight back. Indeed, the Porsche looking ever more menacing in the mirrors of the GTX BMW, the out of homologation GT4 car. And Rui finally saw the opportunity at turn 3 to move up and past the BMW. And Rui would soon get past Angel Santos as well. That was for second overall in the lead in the GTC division. But in the GTX subclass, things got very entertaining very quickly. Angel Santos was not going to make it as easy for Enrique Oliveira, and they ended up having a real door-to-door scrap that took up much of the final minutes of the motor race. Vito Costa, meanwhile, was making up places up against some of the Team CDRS cars. This was Oliveira getting past Santos again, but Santos was still trying to fight back and still just about holding on. But better on the brakes at the end of the long straight was Oliveira, and eventually it would lead to the opportunity that moved him up into third overall in the class win. Texiera winning the race in the overall standings and, of course, in TCR, where he's the only entrant. But Rui Morita winning the GTC division in both the championship and the race standings in second overall, ending what was a fabulous motor race once again in the GTC and TC divisions of Supercars Endurance. Their season is over. It's now time to focus in on the GT4s. We are ready to go racing. One last 50-minute dalliance with the highly competitive grid of GT4 machineries, with pros, young talents and gifted amateurs all going wheel to wheel. We'll talk you through the championship implications on the formation lap, and with any luck we will soon be able to pop down to the grid, although I think they may already be emptying said grid, so we may have missed the opportunity to pop down for a grid walk. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully I'll get some confirmation to that end, but the crews, as you can see, are exiting, and I don't think we are going to get a chance, unfortunately. One of the last men off the grid, incidentally, is Nil Montserrat. Hurry up, Nil! Just because you're the team boss of NM Racing Team doesn't mean you have any special privileges. Nil Montserrat, one of the great characters of this paddock, and he'll be supporting his drivers and his team, many of whom are fighting for a championship here. Let's talk you through then, since we are not going to be able to go down to the grid. Let's go to the point standings implications now. As we look at some of the onboards here, we've got the number 5 Toyota on board here, which is certainly an opportune car to have right up there at the front of the field to give us some good views, courtesy of racestreaming.com. Right, let's talk you through the Iberian Supercars firstly. In the overall points situation, or rather, sorry, in the GT4 Pro class points situation, we'll start there. Cesar Machado is the points leader by 14 now over Matthew Martins. So Martins has quite a lot of work to do, and he really needs Cesar Machado to have a pretty poor race for that to change hands. Oh, and we are now going to take a look at the grid for this race. Hendrik Still, our pole sitter, of course, race winner earlier on, had a very, very good showing on what I believe is his debut in the Supercars Iberia. Toyota Gazoo Racing's Francisco Mora will be looking to make amends for that DNF earlier on Philip Varver in third place, a really good starting place for the first of the NM Racing Mercedes. He's alongside Gianfranco Motorsport's Alexandra Aria. In fifth place is Thomas Guedes in the Speedy Motorsport Toyota. He's alongside Hudson Schwartz in the GT Race Marbella by Speedy Machine. McLaren Barcelona's Lorenzo Montero is in seventh place, and Andres Prieto is in P8 in the 97. Orlando Battina in ninth place in his independently named car, of course, the Battina Racing Toyota. Speedy Motorsports João Aguirre Branco in sixth position. 10th position, sorry. Enrique Oliveira in P11. Thomas Granzella in 12th position. Adrian Ferrer only 13th on the grid for this one. He was right up there earlier on. Of course, that's the Mercado car, so they've got some work to do. Mark Kastelich alongside, then Francisco Carvalho and Alvaro Libera in 16th. 17th position, Jose de los Milagros ahead of Andre Nabaj in the 18th position. Borja Amigos is next alongside Paulo Macedo. Then Pedro Bastos Rezende and JM Smurg to round out the 22 car order. So as we alluded to there, Mercado has quite a lot of work to do, or rather his teammate Adrian Ferrer has some work to do from row 7 of the grid. Mercado's going to be hoping for a clean race here to try and wrap up the GT4 Pro division. He has a 14-point lead over the 77 car, which is only starting from row 6, so they've both got work to do. In GT4 Pro Bronze, in Iberian Supercars, Aso and Varver have a 4-point lead over Cautela and Montero. So that's going to be a close run proceeding. And in the Pro Bronze class, Andres and Libera are also well within title contendership. And then in the big championship, the overall championship for Supercars Iberia, Cesar Mercado in that number 4 Speedy Motorsport Toyota has 109 points. On 108 points, Matthew Martins, 1 point between them going into the finale in the Iberian Series. In the Portuguese Series, it is close run as well, but I think the Iberian Championship is going to be the primary point of intrigue here, although it's equally close, just 2 points between Martins and Mercado in the Portuguese Championship. We'll try and keep abreast of all of it as the race begins. But for now, we do have to focus on that beginning. Hendrik Still, Veloso Motorsport. We'll lead them away. We are racing for the final time this year in Iberian Supercars GT4. And our guest driver, Hendrik Still for Veloso Motorsport, leads the way into the first corner. It will be Francisco Mora in second place and Philip Varver looking to the inside there to try and take third position. Looks like Mora, oh, I thought he'd been pushed out a little bit, but no, he hasn't. He's still there in second place. There's Matthew Martins. No, sorry, there's Enrique Oliveira in the car that Matthew Martins will drive later on, the grey and blue Aston, just on the outside there, just ahead of Adrian Ferrer, who, of course, will hand that car over to Cesar Mercado. So the main championship battle, at least in the Pro and the overall classifications of both series, the Supercars and the Portuguese Velocidade series, they're both way back in the field. There they are. That is Adrian Ferrer there, going a bit deep into Parabolica Interior. So the second, the black and yellow Supras, is the points leader in the Iberian, at least. And his main title rival is only a couple of car lengths clear, but both of them are outside the top 10 right now, so they've both got a lot of work to do. Although I think actually it's been quite a profitable first lap here for Enrique Oliveira. Is he up into the top 10 now? Yes, he is. He's in 10th place exactly. Ferrer has made up places as well, moving up to P12, but Oliveira has had a really good first lap from 12th on the grid to make up a couple of places. At the front of the field, Hendrik Still leads the way. Francisco Mora trying to follow him. And then we see all the chaos further back. This is the first of the SMC McLarens. That's Montero trying to go sparring there with Prieto of NM Racing Team. You see them filing through, trying to go single file, all fighting to be at the head of the queue, of course. But quite the pack of machinery, some indicating, some moving and shaking, lots of headlights being flashed as well. As we see here, Oliveira to the inside of Prieto's NM Racing Team Mercedes. He's going to have the outside for the following corner, but Enrique Oliveira having still having the outside line, not going to be close enough, not going to be far enough alongside to make up the position, so he remains in 10th place. Now, you've got an interesting situation just behind him because you've got the Aguirre Branco-driven Speedy Motorsport Cayman in 11th, and then in 12th place is the other Speedy Motorsport car, but never mind, because there goes Kastelich. I was going to suggest that potentially Aguirre Branco would be asked very politely to let Ferrer through the Supra past the Porsche, but too late for that now because Kastelich in the Lemma Racing Mercedes just moved up to P12. So unfortunately, the car of Cesar Mercado, the car that's going to be the one to watch in terms of the championship, is falling back. He's now under pressure as well from the SMC McLaren, but there comes the Aston Martin from the Ricard Motorsport squad, the number 79 machine, having a dive there. That was Carvalho trying to move for second in the bronze class, and look at this. This is not the kind of racing that Adrian Ferrer wants to be doing. He's fighting for this race on behalf of Cesar Mercado and indeed his Speedy Motorsport team. He's not a contender for the championship himself because, well, he wasn't racing himself at the start of the season in this car. So he's not a factor in the points consideration, and he's here outside the top 10, scrapping in the badlands of the midfield. And if he damages the car, if he puts a foot wrong, it's not his championship that gets put for a burden. What a race it has been so far. Just a couple of laps in, we've already seen plenty of wheel-to-wheel, but perhaps unsurprisingly, Hendrik Still is setting the fastest laps at the front of the field, and furthermore, building his lead with it. Comes across the line. In fact, I take my words back. Francisco Mora just set the fastest lap of the race and is now just half a second away. Meanwhile, Tomas Guedes trying to find a way here past Schwartz in the Supra. So it's Supra on Supra. Gianfranco Motorsport up against, GT Race Marbella versus Speedy. But two Toyota Supras, and Hudson Schwartz was going very defensive there up against Tomas Guedes. That's for 5th and 6th positions, which is where they started. Of course, they are both from the Speedy Motorsport stable. I think it's quite clear the Speedy drivers have been told they can do what they like because they're all fighting each other at various points around the circuit. And they have to be wary of the charging Lorenzo Montero as well, who was very strong in the second phase of the race earlier on. Of course, he now starts this one and is looking to put the car into as good of a position as possible before handing it over in the pit window. While it's one of the most intense things you can do as a driver, sitting there watching your car, waiting to take it over, it's a little bit more intense when there's championships on the line, and that's exactly what's going on for Enrique Oliveira's teammate Matthew Martins. and Adrian Ferrer's teammate, Cesar Mercado. Francisco Mora trying to make this recovery drive happen behind Hendrik Still. I call it a recovery drive because, of course, they DNF from the first race, and with that has gone most realistic expectations of a title this year as we see a move for 5th place. Thomas Guedes gets past Hudson Schwartz there for 5th position. Lorenzo Montero watches in the McLaren. Again, there are so many championships at play at once here, so I'm going to try and keep you abreast of them all as best I can. But in the Supercars Iberian standings, of course, we do have to consider that Lorenzo Montero, oh, that's the overall championship contender, though. Well, at least it's the contender's car. Enrique Oliveira there goes rally crossing, and that almost ended in tears. He managed to keep the car straight, and I don't think he actually lost a position, but very, very wide there out of curve of VIP, and that will have raised Matthew Martin's blood pressure significantly. We'll need some soothing whale song down at that pit. Meanwhile, I was going to cover the fact that Guillermo Eso and Philip Varver, who of course run 3rd overall at the moment with Varver at the wheel in the 36 car, they lead the Pro Bronze standings, but by only 4 points over Lorenzo Montero's McLaren that we see just behind these two Supras. So that's a consideration as well. Varver and Eso looking to win a championship here in the Iberian Supercars consideration. They're not up for that particular accolade in the Portuguese series, but in the overall Iberian, they very much are. You see there the Jose de los Milagros car under pressure. Jose is a bit further down the order than I'd have thought, in 18th place. Again, this year for the Promotion Motorsport team, it's been a weird one. Marti and De Los Milagros have sometimes had the pace, and sometimes they've been not even able to make the top 10. It's been a back and forth year for them. Francisco Mora, with the fastest lap of the race under his belt, has not really given Hendrik Still even a little bit of respite in this race. Hendrik Still, such a vastly talented GT4 driver, one of the best in Europe, and Francisco Mora proving that he has every bit of the ability aboard that Toyota Supra GT4 Evo 2, the latest specification Supra, which, as we can see, is very popular on the Supercars Iberia grid, the Supercars Endurance grid, encompassing the Iberian classification and the Portuguese Velocidade series. Saw there the battle for 3rd place with Varver and Aria, the Gianfranco Motorsport car of Aria, which of course will be also for 2nd in the Pro Bronze class. Hendrik Still leading Pro Bronze at the moment. There they are through shots, and then we look back to Schwartz and Montero there, running 4th and 5th in GT4 Pro Bronze. So, as it stands, I mean, I feel like it's too early to even talk about how things will shape out in the Portuguese and Iberian Supercars overall titles, which is where the closest battles are taking place. But as it stands, I think Enrique Oliveira is doing enough to win both. For himself, and of course for his co-driver Matthew Martins, they lead the Portuguese division by 2 points. They're 1 point behind in the overall Iberian Supercars to Cesar Mercado in the Supra, but Oliveira's there in 10th place. And and is currently set to outscore the number 4 car in P12. It doesn't seem like Ferrer quite has the speed in that number 4 Supra that runs 12th overall right now. One Supra that does have the speed, though, is this machine, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal car. An unfortunate error earlier on today, I think, has effectively benched them from championship proceedings. Francisco Mora and Francisco Abreu would have been hoping to finish strong in race 1, but of course there was that collision, the subsequent damage, and with it, their chances of championships in the Velocidad series completely faltered. They dropped themselves out of contention, and sadly that was also the case in the Iberian standings as well. So Francisco Mora's slightly ambitious look to the inside at turn 3 damaged the car, caused a DNF, and unfortunately took them out of the title picture. But now they're in second place. Now they're looking to try and claim the final win of the season, but Hendrik Still is holding on for now. We watch as Orlando Bettina, who we were just looking at a moment before, holds off the number 97 of Andres Prieto. Here's the Toyota I was talking about, just going through shot, the number 4 car we saw at the front of that 5-car queue. Let's look at this Bettina and Prieto battle then for now. This is for, well, 8th overall, sorry. Prieto running first in GT4 bronze and doing everything he can to have a good finish to their season. He and Francisco, or rather him running as a solo, I think, in terms of the point standings. Let me just verify that. I've got so many different information sources in front of me, it can get a bit excessive. Oh, Bettina! That was excessive grass and excessive gravel, if ever I've seen it. The 97 of Prieto. Was very wide indeed, or well, rather was watching Bettina run very wide indeed. They're now still side by side as they head through the kink. We have a look at Vava under pressure from Alexandra Aria, but what was going on with that side-by-side exchange between Prieto and Bettina? I think Prieto has got the best of it. Just about saw Bettina ahead. Yes, I did. Bettina has held on, and they've got to be wary as well of the fact that Enrique Oliveira is hunting them down. And of course, Racar Motorsport will have their fingers crossed that young Enrique Oliveira can navigate that cleanly, because he's got the pro title and the overall title to consider. Continue to watch this battle for third. Philip Vava trying to hold on to the lead in GT4 Pro Bronze. Alexandra Aria for Gianfranco Motorsport is fighting every inch of the way for third and fourth place. This battle, of course, isn't for class position, so it's not quite as critical, but that battle going through shot, the Mercedes followed by the Toyota, is the third, fourth place overall, yes, but it is also for second and third in the Pro Bronze class, behind Hendrik Still, the class leader. There they are through shot. And Alexandra Aria, who I don't think the 44 car can take the Pro Bronze title. Actually, they can. 105 points. They're not that far back, only 7 back from Vava and ASO. So if Alexandra Aria can find his way past Philip Vava here, that could be championship defining later on. I also think that 44 car has less of a penalty attributed to it than the NM Racing Team Mercedes up ahead, so that is point of interest as well. Indeed, the Pro Bronze penalties are, there is one for the Mercedes, but only 3 seconds, whereas the 44 Gianfranco Toyota doesn't have a penalty at all. Side by side between Guedes and Montero, 5th and 6th position under contest there, but this is 3rd and 4th overall once again. Aria trying to make it up to 2nd in the Pro Bronze class, but Philip Vava having none of it. Of course, these are the respective pro drivers of their Pro Bronze lineups, so they want to make as much headway as possible, and quite frankly, they want to impress the bronze driver who funds the seat in these battles. We're only a couple of minutes away, incidentally, from the pit window opening here, although these drivers, I suspect, will stay out for a bit longer. Alexandra Aria to the inside at Parabolica Interior. We ride on board briefly now with Alexandra, or rather with Philip Vava, and that confirms that indeed the position has changed hands. The Supra has gotten ahead of the Mercedes. Can Vava mount a retaliation? It looked rather like he didn't have the same pace as Alexandra Aria. He was just doing a good job of holding him off, and now he's got to try and mount a comeback. Not sure that's going to be on. Of course, Vava will hand over to the always electric Guillermo Eso. Have to watch his progress once the pit window has resulted in all of the driver changes. We'll be watching that one with interest. Nuno Afonso, of course, will take over Alexandra Aria's car, which now is 2nd in Pro Bronze. Meanwhile, we see there that battle for 5th and 6th place still continuing. And of course, for Lorenzo Montero, this is quite annoying, I suppose, more than anything, because he's got the big black and yellow Supra there just ahead of him. He knows he's got the pace. He knows that if he can just find a way through, he'll clear off ahead of the Supra, and he's now seeing the inside line beckon, and now he moves up to 5th overall, and that's important, not just because it's 5th overall, but it releases him to now chase Aria and Vava just ahead to try and make a Pro-Am podium, or a Pro Bronze podium happen in this race, and of course, Pro Bronze Championship implications as well in the Iberian Supercars, where that duo of Montero and Jose Cautela are Guillermo Eso and Philip Vava's closest competition. So if, now that he's been released, if Lorenzo Montero can close in on that NM Racing Team Mercedes up ahead and make a move, that could be what determines the championship ultimately. Pit window has opened. And our first pit stoppers are in, including 2 of our championship contenders. The number 77 Racar Motorsport Aston of Enrique Oliveira is in. The number 4 Toyota of Adrian Ferrer is in. Adrian Ferrer will hand over to Cesar Mercado, who currently leads the overall GT standings of the Iberian Supercars by a single point. Matthew Martins will take over from Enrique Oliveira with a view to challenging for that title. Just 1 point between them, and they will be heading back out onto the circuit. Pretty much level pegging from the perspective of pit stop handicaps. There is a bit of a difference between them because the number 4 car, Mercado and Ferrer, has a 10-second handicap, so they'll be in for 2 minutes 10 in total, whereas Martins and Enrique Oliveira only have 3 seconds, so 2 minutes and 3 seconds in total. So in theory, Mercado should be 7 seconds shorter in the stop, and that could be the difference maker there. That could be what determines the championship. In the next 20 to 30 seconds, the most critical pit exit of the season will be taking place. So let's try and keep an eye on that if we can. We see the other Speedy Motorsport car there, but just alongside it is the Toyota Supra. Just ahead of it is the Toyota Supra that could be about to make a championship-winning pit exit. We really need to keep an eye on the pits at the moment, especially pit exit. Hendrik Still really pushing the limits. There is the pit exit. There is the 77 Ricard Aston Martin. And it comes out ahead of the Toyota. You've got the 119 Mercedes between them. Now the Toyota was meant to have 7 seconds less of pit stop, and I'm not quite sure that was 7 seconds shorter, to be honest. They've come out at about the same interval. It was meant to be 130 seconds for Mercado and 123 for the Aston. So you see there, Matthew Martins comes out just ahead of the 119 car of Bruno Perez. Now, Perez not a factor in this, really, in the Mercedes. Let's just hope that the pit stop was correct for the Supra. Hendrik Still in the race lead, just behind them there. In fact, no, he'll be further around. That's one of the other cars. And actually looking at it now, I think that the Toyota did serve its stop properly. Yes, the delta between them as you see it go through the camera lens previous is about right. So I think the pit stops were correct from both Speedy Motorsport and Ricard. Now, Cesar Mercado needs to make up, what, 7, 8, 9 seconds even between himself and the Matthew Martins Aston Martin. That is going to be critical for the overall championship. Into the pits, meanwhile, go some of the others. Those are further back. There is Matthew Martins through shot in the Aston. He is, not that Aston, that's the 79 car, the sister car heading out, but the 77 Aston Martin just approaching turn 3 now. That car is currently on course to win championships for Matthew Martins. If they were to finish as they are, Martins will inherit the overall Supercars Iberian GT4 championship, and that's a huge accolade to win. In the GT4 Pro division, the Pro class categorization, it would still go the way of Cesar Mercado, who has a 14-point lead. So both men currently on course to win championships, which is a strange situation, I grant you. But it is the situation that we are presented. We're about halfway through the pit window at this stage. We're still yet to see any of the leaders pit. Hendrik Still has continued. In fact, Francisco Mora has pitted in the TGR Toyota. And given Hendrik Still has 10 seconds of penalties for winning Pro Bronze earlier on, I dare suggest that once this pit window cycles through, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal machine that was running second overall, that's currently in the pit lane, will come back out in the race lead because of Hendrik Still's penalty. There is Cesar Mercado. Mercado currently running all the way down in 15th, but that's largely because of the penalties. Focus here on the main straight, but we now find this Pro Bronze battle, and sure enough, well found, because this is the battle for third overall. Moreover, it's a battle that could be critical in the story of the Pro Bronze Championship today. Philip Vava and Lorenzo Montero are wheel to wheel, nose to nose. Of course, all of these pro drivers in their Pro Bronze cars wanting to stay at the helm as long as possible. Will either man pit this time by? I suspect they'll do one more lap, and indeed Philip Vava goes on, but Lorenzo Montero comes into the pit lane. So Montero has peeled off into pit lane in the SMC McLaren Barcelona entry. We're also yet to see Hendrik Still into the pit lane. Here's the Aston Martin trying to make a position here. This is going to be Tavares under pressure now from Matthew Martins. This is for 11th and 12th position. And of course, every position made by that Aston Martin is a little bit of a buffer in the overall GT Championship. If he can make enough progress, hey, who knows? It could be enough to win the GT4 Pro division as well as the overall championship. But that's the battle we're seeing at the moment, and you see there rather kindly Andreas Zamatis saying, no, go past me. This is for position, but you wouldn't think so. The speedy motorsport driver in the GT Race Marbella backed car says, no, you get on with your battle, I'll worry about mine, as the two pro class cars go by. So they're now up to 10th and 11th rather than 11th and 12th, and Matthew Martin's looking to make some more points here. There is Martins looming large in the mirrors of Tavares. Luis Tavares, another speedy motorsport driver, of course, even though he's in a Porsche, he is aligned with those other entries. Our race leader is pitted. Of course, it's now the final moments of the pit window, so we are seeing important pit stops now. Hendrik Still is in, Alexandra Aria is in, as is Philip Vava, to make the pit stop that, of course, he waited an extra lap to do. This is the car he was fighting with prior to the pit stops, that was being piloted, of course, by Lorenzo Montero, but that's now going to have switched. It's now going to be Jose Cautela who takes the car over. And we'll have to see how Guillermo Aso compares once his pit stop is completed. That'll be about 75 seconds from now that we see the grey, red and white Mercedes come out of the pit lane, and that'll be critical for the Pro Bronze Championship. It'll actually be more like a minute now until that happens, and we'll see where he comes out relative to that to that McLaren from the SMC Motorsport team. So race leader Hendrik Still is currently in the pit lane, and it's a race lead that I don't expect him to hold for long. Francisco Mora, where is he on the circuit right now? He is just coming down the main straight, and there he is taking the race lead. Mora comes past us. In fact, it's now Francisco Abreu who comes past us into the lead, and this car, formerly driven by Hendrik Still, will now be down to second position. That's going to be a swap then. Second overall, still the Pro Bronze leading car, mind you, this Porsche Cayman. But for how long? Because its new custodian has taken it over, only a couple of seconds ahead of the 44 Gianfranco car. So it is the 888 car, the Veloso Motorsport Patrick Kuhnert now at the wheel. And Nuno Alfonso just a couple of seconds back. Will Nuno be able to get past this Cayman for second overall in the Pro Bronze lead. If he does, again, that's very helpful for the championship in GT4 Pro Bronze in the Iberian Supercars. And of course, with Patrick Kuna running second in Pro Bronze in Portugal, in the Portugal Velocidade standings. Third in that class is Afonso Naria, although I don't think just this swap for position would do enough to change that. Certainly Patrick Kuna has been competitive all year. Now finds himself in the Pro Bronze lead in second overall. Your overall race leader is Francisco Abreu, who we briefly saw move into the race lead as that Porsche exited the pit lane. But with respect to Francisco Abreu, the real battle is for second overall right now, Pro Bronze. Matthew Martins is currently running at 9th overall. So he's made up some positions, whereas Cesar Machado is only running in 13th place. So at the moment, the overall championships in both the Portugal Velocidade Championship and the Iberian Supercars are going the way of the grey and blue Aston Martin of Matthew Martins. Car is running in 9th position, may soon be in 8th position, because there it is on the back of Luis Tavares. He's been there behind the Porsche for a while now. They're closing in on Azevedo in the Bettina car that was started by Orlando Bettina. And wheel to wheel, little bit of contact there. That was please would you get out of my way from Luis Tavares. We're going to go down to the pits then as this battle continues. Keep an eye on the blue and grey Aston here.
So we are with Enrique Ventura Oliveira, the teammate from Matthew Martins, one of the contenders for the title. Enrique, it was a very tense first stint. Anyway, you got the car you gave the car to Matthew in a good position, and now Matthew is trying to get some places to go for the title. What's the feeling in the team right now?
So first of all, it was not a great stint. However, I tried to manage the tires as well as I could in order to Mathieu fight for the title and have a good chance to win this championship. Right now, we have the championship in our hands. We just have to keep calm and to maintain the position that we are now. And the team is feeling. Right now, we don't try to get our hopes up, but we try to keep calm, and on the last lap, that's where the emotion comes. So yeah, just keep calm right now.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
So back to studio.
Well, while that was going on, we saw a huge drama. We need to have a look at turn 3 to confirm what we saw during that interview, and that is that the number 36 car of Guillermo Aso has come off the circuit. Guillermo Aso off the track, and that is the Pro Bronze title contending NM team car that seemingly has lost a wheel, as you can see. And I think we might get a look at potentially the aftermath of that. That looks like a brake disc coming off the car as well there. But clearly something went very, very wrong for the NM36. Guillermo Aso and Philip Varva's dreams of championship glory in Pro Bronze have come to an end there. A huge moment. That now puts Afonso in that 44 Gianfranco Motorsport car into the pound seat for the championship there, along with Alexandra Aria, although Cautela and Montero on 108 points. It'll be tied between them, actually. If things end as they are, it'll be a tiebreaker, because they run 3 points apart. They currently are second and third in class, which there's a differentiation of 3 points there, as you see that tyre stricken from the 36 car. So as it stands, it would be a tiebreaker to decide Pro Bronze in Supercars Iberia. That is huge. Who has had more race victories? If we come to tiebreaker, it would be Cautela and Montero, who swept Pro Bronze at Jerez. In Iberian Supercars, the Pro Bronze title, therefore, if things finish now, would go to Cautela and Lorenzo Montero. We'll cover the Portuguese Championship in just a moment, as I understand we're going to go down to the pits.
So we are with Tomás Guedes, who is doing team with José Caspires. Tomás, the things are not going your way, but anyway, you are keep trying.
Yeah, my first stint wasn't very good. We didn't feel comfortable with the car, so yeah, my fault. But yeah, now Jose is in there, so he'll try everything, and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, I made it our lives a bit harder for ourselves.
Anyway, you are in the mix for a podium in the GT4 Pro, so it would be a nice way to end the season.
Yeah, it would be a nice way, but we want to win it overall. Yeah, I mean, feeling a bit down with myself, but yeah, he's in there. I know he'll try everything to win it, so I'm quite. I believe in him, so yeah, let's see what happens.
Okay, thank you very much and good luck. And back to studio.
Let's touch on the Iberians, the Portuguese Velocidad Pro Bronze title, where Bruno Pires came in with a 6-point lead in the Lemma Racing Mercedes. Now he's fourth in the class out there on circuit right now, while his closest adversary, 6 points back, Patrick Cunha, leads. It's 25 for a win. It's 14 points for fourth place. And so that would be a change of championship for Veloso Motorsport and Patrick Cunha if things stay as they are here, and that would be a big achievement for the Veloso team. And we'll see whether that stays as it is. I wonder if Patrick Cunha can hold on, though, with Afonso, with Cautela, both there on his exhaust tips. Will he be able to hold on? He's running second overall, of course. Let's not forget that the race leader is Francisco Abreu, but with Abreu and Mora knocked out of championship proceedings earlier on, the focus really feels like it has to be on that battle behind. As it stands, Matthew Martins is still doing enough to be the overall champion in the FPAC series, the Campeonato Portugal Velocidad, as well as Iberian Supercars, as long as he's ahead of the Speedy Motorsport number 4 car, sorry, that just goes through shot there. As long as he's ahead of Cesar Mercado, both overall championships in the Iberian Series and the FPAC Series go to the blue and grey Aston that runs P7. 7th place for Matthew Martins, 10th place for Cesar Mercado. We'll see him through the queue. There is the grey and blue Aston. And there, just going through shot, was the black and yellow Supra. 2 cars between them. Cesar Mercado would need to do some serious work to overhaul and reclaim his pair of overall championships. Now in the GT4 Pro division, as we've covered, Mercado is safe at the moment in the Supercars Iberia standings. And indeed in the GT4 Pro standings of the Portuguese series as well. So some really interesting championship scenarios playing out at the moment. Speaking of championship scenarios, in the GT4 Bronze class in Supercars Iberia, Ricardo Costa, the current leader in that category, 9th overall, is doing something to shrink his lead over Alvaro, or shrink his loss in points compared to Alvaro Libera and Gonzalo de Andres. But unfortunately for him, with Gonzalo de Andres currently running 2nd in class, he's still going to miss out Ricardo Costa. He will shrink the points lead. He will not eradicate the points lead of de Andres and the number 11 McLaren Barcelona team. That's the frustrating thing sometimes about a title battle, is that you can shrink it, you can do the best you can do everything you need to do. Sometimes, though, it's dependent on errors or problems for their rivals rather than what they do on track. There's another lap under safety car coming, so let's go to the pits.
So we are with Pedro Salvador, the team owner and team principal of Speedy Motorsport, who has several cars in the fight. Pedro, it's a tense race. I can see for your moves here in the paddock, in the pit box. What your feelings right now?
Well, feeling is to finish the mission. Everything is still open. Of course, more comfortable on one side than the other, but we'll do the balance in the end. So it's just pushing until the end as much as we can, and then we'll see the mathematics. But hopefully the boys will do a good job, as they usually do.
Okay, Pedro.
The restart.
Well, the race has restarted right now, and Pedro is just looking at the first corner.
Yep. It looks like survives, but let me see what's going on.
Okay, thank you very much, and good luck. So the point of the situation is that Pedro, Speedy Motorsport at this stage with Cesar Machado as the title in his hands in every championship except the Iberian Supercars in the GT category. Okay, back to studio.
Well, that's not actually quite true, because Cesar Mercado in the overall GT classifications is currently behind Matthew Martins in both the Iberian and the Supercars Portugal series as well. As we see there a move, the number 77 car Bruno Perez has moved ahead of Matthew Martins there. That was for 7th place, and Martins is retaliating. Now right behind him is Cesar Mercado. Yes, the Mercedes is ahead of the Aston, but what's more important is the Aston is directly in front of the Toyota. These are the overall championship contenders. Matthew Martins, per the information in front of me at least, is currently on course to win both overall titles in Supercars Iberia and the Portuguese Velocidade Series. That could all change, though, with Cesar Mercado on his exhaust tips. Francisco Abreu leads the race. Patrick Cunha runs in 2nd place ahead of the Nuno Afonso Supra. That's the battle for Pro Bronze, but the overall championship battle is unfolding before our eyes, and it's a lock-up for the Lemma Racing Mercedes. That allows Matthew Martins through. Will it allow Cesar Mercado through as well? This is a critical moment for the Toyota driver. He gets ahead. He can continue to try and hold on to Matthew Martins. He's now under pressure from the AMG driver, that being Bruno Perez. Perez, who will be bitterly disappointed because he's allowed himself to fall behind a couple of pro cars, and that puts him further back from his Pro Bronze competition as a result. The top 3 in Pro Bronze run 2nd, 3rd and 4th overall. He's now down to 10th overall. In fact, 9th overall, my apologies. A move going on here for Pro Bronze 2nd. That was Cautela having a look to the inside of Afonso. We've got 3 minutes left to go here. Incredible racing. We are in the closing stages of the race. We are in the closing stages of the season. 2 laps to go when Francisco Abreu crosses the line this time, which he does so now. Abreu is in a comfortable lead. Him and Francisco Mora will end the season on a high, but who will the champions be? That's what's being decided behind. The battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is also for the Pro Bronze lead and potentially the Pro Bronze Championship in Supercars Iberia. Oh, and that's a big moment there. That's Matthew Martins having a bit of a dice there, a bit of a set to with one of the Supras and one of the Porsches. In fact, was that the Toyota and the Porsche making contact? I think it might have been. But Matthew Martins there has managed to put a Supra between himself and the number 4 car of Cesar Mercado, and that's critical. Mercado really needs his teammate, I remind you, his Speedy Motorsport teammate, Jose Carlos Perez, to move. Please, get out of my way, he's saying. I need to get past that Aston Martin. But no team orders, it seems, down at Speedy Motorsport. Coming into this race, Mercado had a single point advantage in the overall GT Championship over Matthew Martins, and that lead is going to be overtaken, is going to be bypassed by Martins in the final race of the year, if things finish as they are. But here comes Jose Carlos Perez. Oh, he nearly takes out Martins, and then he pushes his own teammate off the track. Oh, that's going to cause scenes down in that garage. And that was very well held by Cesar Mercado. But Mercado's now under pressure from Bruno Perez, and Perez gets to the inside of Mercado. This is not the script that Speedy Motorsport had written in the slightest. This is the worst case scenario. It's all falling away from Cesar Mercado, and Perez spins. Perez gets overtaken by several drivers. He gets rotated there by Luis Tavares, his Speedy Motorsport teammate. That's 2 instances of Speedy on Speedy teammate in quick succession. Teammate contact in quick succession. But it's too little too late for Cesar Mercado, who is behind Matthew Martins. They run 5th and 6th on the road. And unfortunately, in the GT Pro classes of both Supercars Iberia and the Portugal Velocidad, it is going to be Matthew Martins that claims the overall championship, and I think some of that may have been self-inflicted at the Speedy camp, to be honest. Francisco Abreu is coming around the final corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, for the final time. And he will win the final race of the year for Francisco Mora and Toyota Gazoo Racing Portugal. And there's been a switch at the last corner for the Pro Bronze lead and 2nd overall. It is going to be Nuno Afonso that takes the Pro Bronze lead. And in 3rd place across the line is Jose Cautela. Meanwhile, Matthew Martins crosses the line 4th, and by my reckoning, that's the overall championship in Supercars Iberia and Supercars Velocidad Portugal Series to Matthew Martins. Now, I got the impression there from Cesar Mercado flashing his headlights that he thinks he's done it. Now, he has won the Pro Division, but I don't think he's won the overall championship per the maths I was given by Sergio Fonseca from the Supercars organisation. He's not done enough to win the overall titles, and that's the one you want to win. So let's piece this one together. I think we're going to get the race results now. So we'll get out of the way and then we can try and do some points maths. Francisco Abreu wins the race from Pro Bronze winner Nuno Afonso. Jose Caltella takes third. Matthew Martins takes fourth, having overtaken Patrick Cunha at the line. Cesar Mercado 6th place behind Matthew Martins. To me, that makes Martins the GT champion, the overall champion in both Supercars Iberia and Portugal Velocidad. Bruno Perez takes 7th ahead of Max Huber, Jose Carlos Perez and Ricardo Costa, the overall top 10. Costa will have done enough there to win the bronze class, but he will not have taken the bronze title in Iberian Supercars. Right, let's talk championship here, because that's the stuff that's really going to matter for the imminent future. The Pro Bronze class with .44 car winning in Supercars Iberia Pro Bronze. It will just about, on tiebreaker, per the maths I have in front of me, it will be Cautela and Montero that win the championship on tiebreaker in Supercars Iberia Pro Bronze. That is incredible. So the cars that finish 2nd and 3rd, they'll be on the same number of points, but Cautela and Montero will win it on tiebreaker. And again, my understanding, the information I've been given for Cesar Mercado, he was on 109 points coming into today's race in the overall championship. It was 108 points for Matthew Martins. Martins finished ahead and scored 1 point more, over 1 point more, so he will have taken the championship. Ditto in the Iberian, in the Portuguese standings, he will have taken the overall championship as well. So to me, Matthew Martins is a double overall champion in Supercars Iberia and the Portugal Velocidad series, per the information I've been given. In GT4 Pro, it will be Cesar Mercado. Maybe that's why the celebrations were quite so intense. Maybe they were focusing more on the GT4 Pro titles where they had a comfortable lead. However, in the overall Supercars Iberian and the overall Portugal Velocidad, not the Pro class, but the overall title that is based on the overall results of every race, Matthew Martins should be the champ. What a crazy race. You gotta love motorsport. It is a pretty spectacular conclusion to the season that we've had here. There's the 44 car being wheeled down, 2nd overall. And they will make their way in to Parc Ferme, to the podium area. Behind them you saw there the Abreu and Morris Supra that we know, of course, won that race overall. This is the Pro Bronze winning car, the 2nd overall winning car. We're going to go down now to interviews.
Here we are with Alex Araya and Nuno Fons, the winners of the GT4 Pro Bronze and the champions in GT4 Pro Bronze. Alex, it's a good way of ending the season.
Yeah, I really have no words. It was really amazing. The race went very well. The first one, it was not our best. We have one more pit stop to change a puncture. But this race was absolutely amazing. My stint went very okay. I delivered the car in third overall, and then Nuno was very near the Porsche, so we have to fight it, and it was really emotional to win it on the last corner. It was really emotional.
And what's your feelings now?
My feelings now are very great. I'm so happy. I really have no words right now to describe this feeling. Win it on the last corner. It's crazy.
Okay, let's try to speak with Nuno. Nuno, can you have a word? May we have a word, please? It was a really hard race and tense race and dramatic race.
Foi uma corrida fantástica, muito competitiva. O Alex fez uma primeira parte fenomenal, deixou-me o carro em segundo lugar, que eu consegui em terceiro lugar da geral, segunda classe. Nossa classe está muito forte, está muito competitiva, os carros andam na frente e conseguimos um segundo à geral e primeiro da classe e pelos vistos acho que fomos campeões ibéricos.
E qual é o sentimento agora com o título conquistado?
O sentimento é espetacular, é de concretização de um sonho, de uma realidade que está a acontecer. Ainda estou a sair do carro, ainda estou a refrescar, foi na última curva, tanto melhor impossível. Foi ali a perseguição, pressão e sabia que tinha ali uma hipótese, era ali que eu conseguia ser mais rápido na entrada da parabólica. Ele abria sempre um bocadinho e foi ali que eu consegui esta vitória para a equipa.
Muito bem, muito obrigado e parabéns. So Nuno told us that it was a tense race because he got the result in the end, in the last lap, in the last corner, and it has a special feeling. He has a special feeling for the title that he achieved. He told us also that it is a dream made true. So yeah, it's our emotional drivers at this stage. Now we have Francisco and the other Francisco. Who won the race overall. It was a tough day for you, but in the end you won the race.
Yeah, probably
you won the race.
We could have changed this win for the championship, but we're a bit unlucky. Like I think 12 races, 6 wins and 4 DNFs. So I think we were very fast during all the season. Congrats to Kiko, amazing driver, did amazing this year. But we couldn't get there. We were unfortunate in some points, but this win was good for the team to cheer up a bit and for everyone that they deserve this win.
Okay, Francisco, it is a win that with pleasure or with some hard feelings over here?
Every win is a win, and of course I'm happy for this second race win. We dominated the race. In the first stint I was behind Hendrik still, but it was a very good, very hard pace. But it was our strategy. Was second race push as much as we could to create a gap. We created that gap and we dominated the race, but I mean it wasn't enough because we already knew from my mistake in race 1 that it was going to be very hard. But yeah, it was very good for the team. This victory is for them because they deserve it, and I have to apologize for this error in the first race. I tried to overtake. I couldn't wait a little bit more because I was much faster than the car in front, but it is what it is.
It's something that happens in racing, right?
Yeah, but in this case it shouldn't happen because we knew what was at stake, but it is what it is. We dominated basically the whole season. We couldn't get a championship, and that it hurts, but it is what it is.
Yeah, for sure it was a tough season for you, but you come back stronger than ever. Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations for you both. José, where is Lourenço? Oh, he's here. So you won you came second? Sorry, I am a bit.
We still don't know. We're still checking what's going on. We're still checking what's going on. We still don't know if we're first or not, or second. We still don't know. Trying to find out. It was a good race. I was managing the pace. My team said if we stay like that, we were champions. So I just stayed over there. And yeah, I think we still don't know. We have to do the math and everything, but I don't know actually if we're first or second. We know.
But how was the race?
It was pretty good actually. I think we had the pace. We were almost a second faster than Nuno. I was catching up quite easily. The safety car got us in the middle of that, really close to them. So I think it was a good strategy from us. Lorenzo did a pretty good job in the first stint, and yeah, I think we're there, but still trying to find out if we're champions or not. We don't know.
Okay, Lorenzo, and about your stint, how it was?
Yeah, I think I was fastest on track, probably the whole stint, more towards the end. And yeah, the start was okay. I managed to overtake those cars and close up the gap that Alex and Philip built. And yeah, I got pretty close and tried to get as close as possible to minimize the effect of our handicap, which was bigger than theirs. And yeah, I think my strategy worked pretty well. I was really confident with the car and also tried to manage it a little bit so Jose could have better tires to fight towards the end.
Anyway, your end of season was really strong for you, from you both. Does this bodes well for next season?
Yeah, I mean, it's still everything to be decided, but yeah, I think if we would have started the season with this pace, we would have been on top, no doubt.
And Jose?
I think exactly what Lorenzo said. If we were like this in Valencia and Portimao, we would definitely be on top for sure. But yeah, still don't know anything about next year. We'll try to find out after this.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations for your podium. Thank you. And so the opportunities for interviews here have ended. So back to studio.
Yeah, to quickly correct the record as we see the start of the race on highlights, yes, it will be the 44 Gianfranco team that win the Pro-Am standings in Supercars Iberia. They're quite right to say that. Unfortunately, the McLaren duo we just spoke to just falling short because it was 5 points between them, the outscore. Anyway, we look at the highlights then of this race, and of course it was a pretty action-packed hour, unfortunately, for Adrian Ferrer, who started the race. He was losing positions rather than making his way forward, which is not what they needed to try and secure the overall title this year. They fought hard for every position they could, and that was the case up and down the field. We had some really fabulous overtaking, some great battles. We had a moment for Enrique Oliveira as well. I'm sure his heartbeat surged there, going across the gravel, bouncing across the gravel traps in the car that Matthew Martins needed to take over to try and win the overall championships. Some great side-by-side racing as well between a couple of the BMWs. Jose de los Milagros into an exchange there in the promotion motorsport car. This was the number 5 of Thomas Guedes. That was in a scrap with Lorenzo Montero, who was having a very good first stint of the race. And this was the 44 car of Alexandra Aria, having a great scrap with Philip Varda all throughout the first part of the race for the Pro Bronze second position, as it was at the time. It would ultimately be, of course, for the Pro Bronze lead once Hendrik Still handed over the Veloso Motorsport 888 car. We came out of the pits with Rakar's Matthew Martins ahead still of Cesar Mercado once they both took over. And again, in the overall GT championships for Supercars Iberia and Portugal Velocidad, he was doing enough to win the GT championships overall. Not the pro class, but the overall championships. The pro class was still set to go to Cesar Mercado in both the Portuguese and the Iberian standings. However, in the overall classification, Matthew Martins was doing enough. Hendrik Still handed his car over, of course, to Patrick Kuna, who unfortunately wasn't quite able to match the electric pace of Hendrik Still. And then a big drama as Guillermo Aso loses a whole wheel on the approach down to turn 3. This would trigger a safety car. It would also knock Varda and Aso out of consideration for the Pro Bronze Championship in Iberian Supercars, and eventually hand that championship over to the Alexandra Aria and Nuno Afonso Gianfranco number 44 car, who I reconfirmed did win the Pro Bronze Championship over the number 23 McLaren. Meanwhile, Matthew Martins was suddenly keeping an eye on Cesar Mercado, who was right behind him as they were both fighting with Bruno Perez in the 119 Lemma Racing Mercedes. Perez locked up, allowed the two overall championship contenders by, but Martins remained just ahead, and he also remained on the offensive. He was really aggressive trying to find his way by. Through the final laps of the race, we saw lots of drama, we saw lots of speedy motorsport contact as well. That took out Thomas Guedes' number 5 car towards the end. But the winners, Francisco Abreu and Francisco Mora, perhaps bittersweet, as meanwhile Nuno Afonso moved into the lead at the very end of the race to win Pro Bronze and finish 2nd overall. 4th overall, by my reckoning, was enough for Matthew Martins to win the overall championship. But of course, the Supercars Iberia platforms, the Supercars Endurance platforms, will confirm all of that once investigations and things of that nature are all resolved. The race day continues here at Estoril. However, our coverage of the Supercars Iberia, or the Supercars Endurance season, is at its end. It's been a thriller. It's been 4 great races here today at Estoril, and we hope to see you again very soon on Alpha Live, and indeed with the Supercars Endurance Series.